Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. This morning, we're on a verdict watch in the Au Pair Affair murder trial for defendant Brendan Banfield. Getting ready for day 2 of jury deliberations, set to resume any minute now. Live look at the courtroom. No action quite yet. We'll let you know when the judge is on the bench. Jury out for over 3 hours on Friday. Will we see a verdict today? Maybe. Right now, let's look back at the key moments from the last day of trial.
We know that on February 24th, 2023, he executed his plan to murder his wife and an innocent stranger. He can pretend that this was a fling, an affair, he'd had them before, no big deal. He was in love with Juliana. He was afraid of losing her. He needed to get rid of his wife so that they could be together, so that they could marry, so that they could have those babies that he was picking out names for. Juliana told us how the plan was crafted and how it played out that morning in the Banfield house. While the digital evidence cannot tell us definitively who was behind the screen, we heard that a bunch. We know that to be true. What it can tell us is that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhaes are more likely to be the ones to have set up Joe Ryan to come into the house to fake rape Christine on February 24th. There is no digital history of Christine Banfield using dating sites, fetish sites, searching for pornography, talking to other men prior to the January inception of this scheme. Christine Banfield died as a result of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. The knife Brendan used to kill her was a kitchen knife with an approximately 4-inch blade, the kind you use for chopping up vegetables. This was the knife that Joe Ryan brought because Anastasia asked him to. You heard from Lieutenant Giacchio and former Deputy Chief Rouche that it was Iris Dallygraph's report that finally pushed this case over the edge and brought the charges against Mr. Banfield months before Juliana decided to flip. That's how strong this evidence is. That's how reliable this evidence is. And you heard absolutely nothing from the defense about this evidence.
I chuckle a little bit when Ms. Sands says, we haven't proved anything. We haven't shown any evidence. All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story. He's a philanderer. We can conclude that. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went. On cross-examination, he admitted to communications that were provided, letters between he and Juliana when she was in jail. She's referring to the expert that they have that I called. I called 3 times, and we dug for it, and he ultimately said the executive summary and the data remained the same. The only thing that changed is Juliana Perez Magalhaes' statement. So there, number 1, that's the first time that anyone in this case, which was when I called him, conclusively said the entire catfishing theory changed upon her plea deal. And that's a problem. That's a problem for their case.
Juliana Perez Magalhaes' testimony was bought and paid for. Yes, she pled guilty to a lesser offense in exchange for her testimony. Ms. Bristler made sure you knew that from the get-go. Juliana talked about that. She explained for her reasons why. Nothing was hidden. After her sentence, it sounds like she might have the opportunity to make, what, 10 grand off of selling her story. She said that she would use that to support her family. And then what? Is she gonna work as a nanny? I mean, she's a convicted murderer. Do we really really think that it is so reasonable that she made up this complete lie for 10 grand? If this version is correct, coming from Mr. Banfield, then she would be set free. She would be as not guilty as he would be.
Oh, what a day that was. What a trial this has been. What do you think the jury is going to do with this guy? You see, the clock is moving now. While we were watching that montage, the jury is back in the deliberation room and continuing to discuss this case. Let's bring in our law enforcement analyst guest. I'm so pleased to have Sonny Slaughter on the show with me this hour. Sonny, good morning to you. Share with me your thoughts about Brendan Banfield's story, because I haven't got a chance to talk to you about his testimony. I was out on Friday, and everybody had the week to think about. I got a lot of messages on social media. I'm sure you did too, my friend. A lot of people saying what I like to say, pants on fire. Sonny, as an investigator, tell me, were you buy-in what this guy is selling?
Good morning, Julie. I'm so glad I get to share this and unpack this with you really quick this morning. So, no, I didn't buy anything that he said. So if we go back to not only his testimony, words, but his presence, the way in which he conducted his delivery was so off-putting. It was kind of slow and dragging out, as if he was trying to tell a story, to build a narrative around some falsehoods that really did not make sense. And when you think about the co-conspirator, Juliana, she, in my professional opinion, does not have the capacity. She lacks the fortitude, and she also lacks the intentionality to pull together a plan. Because, see, when you think about what Brendan, his role in all of this, allegedly, because he's not convicted yet, he is the person that is closely related to the victims, so he had the most to gain from her murder and not the co-conspirator in this. He did not want to be married. He did not want to be married to her. She was a sane nurse, of all things, a sexual assault nurse examiner, very high profile, very dedicated, committed, strategic. This man was a philanderer. He lied at every turn, but he also had some truth in there, because a person that lies also embeds some form of truth. Did he love her? I'm sure he did at one time. Did he love her now? No, she was a problem. He needed someone that he could control, and that was not his wife. That was Juliana. That was someone who was vulnerable. She was easily manipulated. Brendan is the manipulator, the con artist, the con man, wrapped in normalcy, but cloaked in danger.
Yeah, I know. I agree, Sonny. Tell me, you know, when we think about Joseph Ryan in all of this, he's become kind of the forgotten victim. And it's really, really unfair. And I'm sure you have something to say about that. Your thoughts, please, my friend.
You know, I was watching you, of course, this morning and with my colleagues. I'm so glad that you really talked about him as a victim. He is not a secondary victim. He is just as much as a victim as was the Brendan's wife. You know, the heinousness of it all. I don't want people to get sidetracked by whatever proclivity that he had for fetishes, okay? That is not the issue. He was innocent. He was lured there, and I am naming a thing. This is domestic violence, murder by ambush and conspiracy, and this poor man who had a family, those who loved him, became the victim of a conspiracy for which he had nothing at all to do with. He was innocent. He was there to play out a fantasy. He had no reason to murder her. This was all a conspiracy laid out by Brendan, supported by Juliana, carried out by both of them. Now, 2 people are dead. 2 people will hopefully receive the justice that they need with conviction, and one that will go away potentially for life based on his actions.
Yeah, Sonny, really appreciate your insights, and thank you for weighing in on Joseph Ryan. We have been struggling to find information about him. We want to know more about him, and we've been trying. We understand that there has been an interview done by WUSA TV station with Joseph's mom, and we just got another clip in from that interview, and here his mom is talking about what she really wants people to know about her beloved son. Let's take a look together.
What do you want people to know who are hearing you say that, and they are passing judgment? What do you want them to know and think about before they pass judgment?
I want them to look in the mirror. That's what I want. If they have issues, they're their issues. And maybe they're ashamed of their own sexual desires.
You know, what do they say? Let he who is without sin cast the first stone, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that poor mother. I mean, this is upsetting enough, you know, to have her son murdered, I'm sure. But then these details coming out, and our friend Tommy Pope, you know, said it really well, Sonny. The defense theory, you know, in Brendan Banfield's story is painting Joseph Ryan out to be the bad guy. You know, that's what Brendan Banfield did on the stand. He pointed the finger at him and said, I'm the good guy, I'm the hero, essentially. But if you believe the Commonwealth, and I do, I know you do, Sonny.
Yes.
Joseph Ryan's not the bad guy. You know, he's allowed to have a fetish and a sexual proclivity. You know, that's fine. That was his prerogative. Your thoughts on Mom and what she must be going through, Sonny, the judgment and feelings of shame that we know must exist here.
You know, I'm a mom. I have 2 boys. I have 2 girls. And I just got chills thinking about this. She is having to defend her son around his desires that had nothing to do with the death of an individual, because he has been painted with a lens of being a rapist, a sexual predator, someone who didn't matter because he had these desires. And she is, I love how she is defending her son. She has a right to, she should, and we should all stand with her, because this case will be about a murder, but also about the defense of an innocent man who had nothing to do with the murder, but his name will forever be tied to the taint and stain of what Brendan has done with his words, with his testimony, and with his actions.
Yeah, so well said, Sonny. Our hearts go out to the Ryan family, and of course, Christine Banfield's family, who we know we've seen at the courthouse. The Ryan family, we understand, has not been there, and it's a choice, as you know. Some people want to see everything. Some people just find it too painful, and we're not judging either way. We know it's wrong what happened to those 2. Sonny Slaughter, I'm so glad we have you with us. Stand by, please. We'll hit a break. When we come back, we're going to Ohio. The sentencing for this man, defendant William Brock, is getting underway. We have the victim's son speaking this morning. Stay with us.
Did an affair lead to double murder?
The Commonwealth's Attorney's Office has secured an indictment against Brendan Banfield for the murder of his wife, Christine, and the murder of Mr. Ryan.
Prosecutors allege the defendant planned to run away with the family's au pair. So he killed his wife and another man.
He was there. I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her.
It's a case of sex, lies, and deadly deception.
The Au Pair Affair murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. We want to take you back to the sentencing in Ohio for defendant William Brock. This 83-year-old man was convicted of murdering Uber driver Lolitha Hall. Now, she was sent to Brock's home by scammers to collect a phony ransom. He's facing life in prison, with or without parole, depending upon what the judge imposes. Now, before we go back into the courtroom, we want to take a look at the very best moments from his trial. Here we go.
If I need the sheriff and an ambulance real quick out here, there's been a shooting.
Did you shoot her?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Well, I've been threatened all morning.
That subjective mindset is you're leaving out the objectivity of it. The act doesn't justify the task of taking the life of another because words scared him.
The last thing they'd have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Bill's use of force was unreasonable in the circumstances. Bill believed that he was going to die. On that morning, at around 8:30 or so, did you receive a phone call?
Yes. The lawyer told me that my grandson had been in an accident that was arrested. Needed bond money of $24,000. Said, you get the door open. I don't give a damn who you are. You're gonna die. I'm gonna kill you. Your family, women's gonna be raped around you. Whoever's close to you will die.
How long after that conversation was it before this woman walked into your house uninvited?
Just a few seconds. I remember constantly asking her for the phone. She would not give it to me.
Stop. Stop. Or I'll call 911.
What did you think was going to happen? Did you think that she may be armed?
I thought she could be carrying. I didn't see it.
So his CT scan showed age-related atrophy, meaning that there's been a loss of brain tissue, or the brain is overall smaller in size. When you're under a significant amount of threat or fear, what happens in the brain is that fear is transferred to a structure called the amygdala, which is responsible for processing the fear. They get a tunnel vision, and that tunnel vision is I need to survive. There's not a lot of critical thinking regarding complex decision making.
Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant, William Brock, guilty of the murder of Lolitha Hall. Verdict form count 2. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant, William Brock, guilty of the felony murder of Lolitha Hall. Verdict form count 3. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant, William Brock, guilty of felonious assault. Verdict form count 4. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant, William Brock, guilty of kidnapping. Verdict form count 5. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant, William Brock, guilty of the felony murder of Lolitha Hall.
What an awful case this is. Now, you may remember, if you were watching our coverage on Friday, we started the sentencing hearing, and then there was an emergency with defense counsel. So because of that issue, the judge postponed everything. So there were 2 victim impact statements already delivered, more than 80 letters already received by the court, pleading for this man's mercy. Now, let's go back into the courtroom. Let's hear from Mario Hall now. He is Lolitha Hall's son.
Good morning. My name is Mario Hall. I am the son of Lolitha Hall. She is a daughter, a granddaughter, a sister, an aunt, a niece, a cousin, a friend, a godmom. But most importantly, she's my mom. She was my mother first and foremost. but she was also my best friend. There's not many people who can honestly say your parents are also your best friends because of the bond you've built. She was someone I could talk to and come to about anything and everything. Because of William Brock's actions, it has been hard to put into words what her loss has meant to me. Prior to March 25th, 2024, my mom and I would talk every day, sometimes multiple times a day. That was just the bond we had. It didn't have to be about anything in particular. It was just the fact that we just wanted to have a quick FaceTime or phone call to hear each other's voices. Because we lived in two different states. The day before her tragic murder, it was a Sunday. She called me on FaceTime for about 2 hours while she was cooking and walked me through how to cook one of my favorite meals that she would make when I was younger, which is peppered steak. My mom would also surprise me by showing up to my various bowling events across the United States. Seeing that familiar face in the crowd after I would get off the lane would brighten my day, whether I was bowling good or not. She, Lolita, my mom, was my safe place. She was the person I would call and vent to when I felt like life was getting difficult. Her warmth, wisdom, guidance are irreplaceable and will forever be missed. Every day since March 25th, 2024, I have carried the grief that doesn't go away. I find myself replaying her last moments that have been broadcasted across the world in my mind and ask myself, why? Why did this have to happen? Why did she have to suffer alone? My apologies, 1 second. Why did she have to suffer alone, cold, and most of all, scared? Her screams, pleading, and asking for help have completely shifted me. Not only did this shatter my entire family, but it has left a hole in my heart that cannot be filled. She didn't get to grow old like William Brock. Instead, she was murdered and now sits in a mantle, on my mantle in an urn. Nothing feels the same to me anymore because she doesn't get to celebrate birthdays, holidays, my accomplishments, meet and greet future grandchildren, or simply enjoy family filled with laughter and dancing. Our birthdays are 16 days apart. Mine just being in a couple days, February 5th. Hers, February 21st. And I no longer get to playfully argue about the trips or get-togethers we've planned to celebrate with each other. This loss has altered me, and it's something that I've been forced to carry for the rest of my life. There's nothing like living life after losing the person who gave you life. I'm gonna say that again. There's nothing like living life after losing the person who gave you life. I am very thankful my mom had that dash cam. With the help of the prosecutors, my mom got to tell her own story. She got to be the literal voice in her own case. I stand here today to honor her memories. She was loved deeply, and her absence will be felt every single day. I ask that you consider the magnitude of this loss, the loss of a mother, a sister, a daughter, a friend, but most of all, the loss of life full of love and promise that was taken far too soon. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, this is so sad, just heartbreaking what this family has gone through. You know, and this is so awful. Lolitha Hall was set up in this scam, set up, and look what happened. It ended up costing her her life. This is just dreadful, just dreadful. I want to bring in our law enforcement analyst guest, Sonny Slaughter. Sonny, I know your heart's breaking for that young man. Talk to me here. Your thoughts, please.
I was trying to hold it together. My oldest son and I are like that. We talk sometimes daily, you know, to connect. So I could feel what this son, what the mother meant to this young man. And now she's, like he said, sitting on her mantle. How painful it is. You know, people are so cruel in the things that they do. Stop answering the phone if you are elderly and you get these kind of calls. Contact law enforcement immediately. Now, I'm saying that, and then there's also a reality that some people do contact law enforcement, and then law enforcement doesn't have the proper response. They don't take it seriously. I need law enforcement to hear me everywhere. I need you to take these calls seriously, particularly when our seasoned, AKA elderly folks, call and say that they are being harassed. This man had no reason to walk outside with a gun and stand in front of Lolitha. She did not look like she could attack him at all. She was backing away. So do I agree with the jury's assessment of him being found guilty? Absolutely. He was also conned, and that is a critical part of this. But people have got to stop being reactionary and start using their tools and access to law enforcement, holding law enforcement accountable for their response, and stop committing these heinous type of murders with their neighbors, with people that they don't know, shooting at people in their driveways. This has got to end. This is so horrific for both families.
You're so right, Sonny. The reaction here, it's so disproportionate to what's going on. I mean, like, sometimes it just horrifies me. Some of the crazy things I see people writing on Facebook. Well, I would do this if somebody came to my house. Get out of here. Like, when did we get to living in America where, like, somebody comes to a home and then, oh, we got a lethal threat here? No, we don't. This poor woman's walking away from. She's walking away. She has her phone in her hand. She doesn't have a weapon. What's she going to do? Right. I mean, his thinking, that's a whole nother story. This guy, I don't know what he was thinking. He wasn't thinking. This is just a crying shame, this whole case. But I agree with everything you said, Sonny. This poor family, the Hall family, we're keeping in our thoughts and prayers. Sonny, we got to hit a break. When we come back, we're going to hear the sentence that the judge imposes for defendant William Brock. And we continue on that verdict watch in Virginia in the Au Pair Affair murder trial. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. Let's get you back into Ohio. We're watching the sentencing for defendant William Brock. He was found guilty of murdering Uber driver Lolitha Hall, who was set up in a scam to go to his house. And he reacted by shooting her. This case is so tragic on so many levels. Let's go in for the court's ruling now on Brock's punishment.
I do want to make it clear that the defendant, having been convicted by jury on count 1 of the indictment, murder, that there is but one sentence under the law for that offense. The court has no discretion. I cannot increase a sentence. I cannot decrease a sentence. So based upon that, for the murder conviction, the court is going to order the defendant be sentenced to an indefinite prison term of 15 years to life plus 3 years for the firearm specification. For the kidnapping offense, the court is going to order the defendant be sentenced to an indefinite prison term of 3 to 4.5 years in prison plus 3 years for the firearm specification. I am going to order that the indefinite prison term for the kidnapping offense run concurrently with the indefinite prison term for the murder offense. However, under Ohio Revised Code Section 2929.14B1G, the 3-year prison term for the firearm specification attached to the kidnapping offense must run consecutively to the 3-year prison term for the firearm specification attached to the murder offense. Therefore, the defendant's total indefinite prison term will be 15 years to life plus a consecutive 3 years for the firearm specification attached to the murder offense and a consecutive 3 years for the firearm specification attached to the kidnapping offense. In legal terms, the defendant's aggregate indefinite prison term is therefore 15 years to life in prison plus 6 years for the 2 firearm specifications. In practical terms, the defendant's aggregate indefinite prison term is 21 years to life in prison. The defendant will receive jail time credit from January 14th to February 2nd, which is 19 days. With respect to the kidnapping offense, there is a presumption that the defendant will be released from prison upon the expiration of the lower end number, which is 3 years, but 6 years due to the firearm specification, or on the defendant's presumptive earned early release date, whichever is earlier. The prison system can rebut the presumption if at a hearing it makes specified determinations regarding the defendant's conduct while incarcerated, rehabilitation, threat to society, restrictive housing, and security classification. If the prison system makes these specified determinations and rebuts the presumption, it may continue the defendant's incarceration beyond the expiration of the lower end number or presumptive earned early release date for a length of time that it determines to be reasonable. However, under no circumstances can the defendant be incarcerated beyond the expiration of the higher end number, which is 4.5 years or 7.5 years because of the 3-year firearm specification. And again, that only pertains to the kidnapping offense. Post-release control is inapplicable to the murder conviction because it is an indefinite prison term of 15 years to life. However, for purposes of the kidnapping conviction, I do need to notify the defendant that upon your release from prison, you would be placed on a mandatory term of post-release control. That would be for a period of time up to 5 years, but not less than 2 years. If you violate that, there could be sanctions. The duration of it could be increased. More restrictive rules could be imposed upon you. You could be sent back to prison for each violation for up to a total of 1/2 of your original sentence. If the violation is a new felony offense, in addition to your sentence on the new felony, the court could terminate your post-release control and impose a consecutive prison term of 1 year or the amount of time you have remaining on post-release control, whichever is greater. And again, that only applies to the kidnapping offense. All that to say that the defendant's aggregate prison term will be 21 years to life in prison. Again, the court has no discretion to increase that or decrease it in any way. That is the statutory penalty for these offenses. Mr. Brock, you do have the right to appeal your conviction. You have the right to have a notice of appeal filed timely on your behalf. You have the right to have an attorney appointed to represent you on appeal. If you cannot afford to retain an attorney, the court will appoint one to you at no cost. If you don't have the means to secure the documents necessary to perfect your appeal, the court will provide those documents to you at no cost. Was there anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
From the defense?
We're going to hit a pause button here. When we come back, the defense counsel gets a chance to ask for bond. That's right, bond, because of this guy's age. We'll hear the arguments live next. Plus, that verdict watch continues. We're approaching the 4-hour mark in the au pair affair murder trial.
What are you reporting?
Fire. The tragic murder of Keith Canero and his entire family.
The defendant repeatedly shot and killed his brother and then moved to murder the rest of the family inside the home.
Their sprawling mansion set on fire.
Paul and Keith were not only brothers but business partners.
This one is the most brutal case that I've seen in my experience here.
The Mansion Murders Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Okay, in the Common Pleas Court of Clark County, Ohio, State of Ohio, plaintiff versus William Brock, defendant, case number 24CR0278, verdict form count 1. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant, William Brock, guilty of the murder of Lolitha Hall.
We've got William Brock about to face the judge to get his punishment for the shooting death of Lolitha Hall. But before the judge imposes sentence, defense counsel is asking for bond.
He's a risk of flight. Clearly, you look to ties in the community for his entire life. His occupation in the community, his involvement with church activities and other organizations in the community. For risk of flight, those are the factors to look at. Clearly, he was out on bond free for a while. You look to danger in the community as another factor. In a normal circumstance, someone who's convicted of murder would be a danger to the community, obviously. But in this case, he would look at his criminal history, which is zero. He'd look at his character. We have witnesses, but the court can probably knows this from the testimony he's already received. He went to church. He was peaceful. He was a farmer. He never got into a fight. He never raised his voice. He didn't have anger issues. He didn't have any. You look to the facts and circumstances of the case. Was he looking for this harm that was caused in this whole situation? Clearly, he was not. The one factor that's different than the normal conditions for bond is whether or not there's a substantial issue of law that would justify the bond pending appeal. I think that there is a substantial issue of law that the Court of Appeals needs to look at in this case. There are some various things that happened during the trial and various things in the instructions that I think weren't reviewed by the Court of Appeals. The problem in this case is that during this pendency of the appeal, if he's held in custody, statistically he may pass away. So in some sense, it may be like a 6-month or 9-month sentence. And with the court granted a bond in that situation, given that by the time the Court of Appeals rules on the case, the sentence would have already been served. Literally, his sentence might be served before the Court of Appeals rules. But we're not delaying justice in any respect. He has a right to appeal, and the appellate court has to hear this case, and so there's no delay of justice that's going to happen. I don't think anyone sits any better or worse, whether he's home with his family or whether he's sitting in jail waiting simply to die or the Court of Appeals to rule. I just think it's appropriate in this case. This case is not a normal case. It really isn't. He's not a normal defendant. And the fact scenario is just so unique. And I would propose that he had the scammer showed up the way he told the police he would on that day, he would have been charged with this murder. And Bill Brock may not have been charged with it. It's speculation. But my point is, this case is unique on the facts. And I'd ask the court to strongly consider. If the court required extra money or property to put up, there's people in the back here that would gladly sign up for that if the bond would be increased, but he's not a factor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr.
No, I think that the state believes that the circumstances are, in fact, quite different from Mr. Brock at this point. And that prior to this, he was not a convicted murderer. At this point, he is. And based on that, any appeal should be done while he is incarcerated.
This case will be reviewed by a higher court, the Second District Court of Appeals. Please don't misconstrue my statement as being arrogant. It's not. I'm just very confident in the decisions I made in this case. Because of that, I'm going to overrule the motion for the appeals bond. But with that being said, I know council understands this, but for the benefit of the community, the court having overruled that motion, the defense, upon appeal, can request an appeals bond from the Court of Appeals. And if they believe that there's an issue, an appellate issue in this case, that warrants an appeals bond, they certainly can do that. So I'm going to overrule the motion. But again, it's still potentially a viable motion with the Court of Appeals. So I'm going to defer to them on that issue. Is there anything else?
I'm just wondering if you may be clear to the record. You may not want to opine on this. Was it your opinion that he's not a flight risk and he's not a harm to society, but nonetheless you believe the likelihood of success on appeal is the fact that you're landing on this?
Yeah, that's I really don't believe he would be a flight risk. I don't believe he would be a danger to the community. But it's my confidence in the record of this case that the conviction will be upheld. Certainly been wrong about that before. But that's the factor I'm relying on most of all. And so again, if the Court of Appeals sees it differently, if they think there's
no bond for Mr. Brock. Look at it, 21 years to life in prison. We'll see what happens on appeal, but for now, he's going to stay behind bars. We're getting you back to Virginia any minute now to continue our verdict coverage in the Au Pair Affair murder trial. And we're going to have an update soon in the search for Court TV alum Savannah Guthrie's mom, who went missing on Saturday.
As I get older, I want to feel good doing the things I love, and dose is a big part of that.
Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable. Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours. He said that she was his and that she gave herself to him. I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands. Good to be with you on a Monday as we start off a very busy week. And boy, we're all waiting to see what this jury is going to do in Virginia. They're back at it. There's a live look in the courtroom. Brendan Banfield's future is in their hands. Did they believe him? The former IRS criminal investigator, when he took the stand last week, is someone on that jury believing him, or are they just going through the evidence? And there was a lot of it. You know, this is a weeks-long trial. 4 hours, 12 minutes, not a lot of time. But we're thinking, oh my goodness, what are you doing? This guy's guilty. Well, a lot of people are thinking that. We'll see what they think at the end of the day. Prosecutors don't buy a bit of his story. A lot of you didn't buy a bit of his story. He orchestrated the whole thing with the nanny turned mistress. We're going to talk about what the jury might be talking about. Are they hung up on something? Or, again, is this just them being diligent, going through bits of the evidence? We have seen that camera move a little bit within the last hour, so we all perked up to see maybe, is there action? Nothing yet, but we are waiting with bated breath, and as soon as there is movement in that courtroom, we'll go right in. Before we talk about it, let's go back and remind everybody what the jury heard before they started to deliberate, and that is, of course, those very important closing arguments. Here are some of the highlights.
We know that on February 24th, 2023, he executed his plan to murder his wife and an innocent stranger. He can pretend that this was a fling, an affair, he'd had them before, no big deal. He was in love with Juliana. He was afraid of losing her. He needed to get rid of his wife so that they could be together, so that they could marry, so that they could have those babies that he was picking out names for. Juliana told us how the plan was crafted and how it played out that morning in the Banfield house. While the digital evidence cannot tell us definitively who was behind the screen, we heard that a bunch. We know that to be true. What it can tell us is that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhaes are more likely to be the ones to have set up Joe Ryan to come into the house to fake rape Christine on February 24th. There is no digital history of Christine Banfield using dating sites, fetish sites, searching for pornography, talking to other men prior to the January inception of this scheme. Christine Banfield died as a result of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. The knife Brendan used to kill her was a kitchen knife with an approximately 4-inch blade, the kind you use for chopping up vegetables. This was the knife that Joe Ryan brought because Anastasia asked him to. You heard from Lieutenant Giacchio and former Deputy Chief Bruce that it was Iris Dallygraph's report that finally pushed this case over the edge and brought the charges against Mr. Banfield months before Juliana decided to flip. That's how strong this evidence is. That's how reliable this evidence is. And you heard absolutely nothing from the defense about this evidence.
I chuckle a little bit when Ms. Sands says, we haven't proved anything. We haven't shown any evidence. All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story. He's a philanderer. We can conclude that. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went. On cross-examination, he admitted to communications that were provided, letters between he and Juliana when she was in jail. She's referring to the expert that they have that I called. I called 3 times, and we dug for it. We dug for it. And he ultimately said the executive summary and the data remained the same. The only thing that changed is Juliana Perez Magalhaes' statement. So there, number one, that's the first time that anyone in this case, which was when I called him, conclusively said the entire catfishing theory changed upon her plea deal. And that's a problem. That's a problem for their case.
Juliana Perez Magalhaes' testimony was bought and paid for. Yes, she pled guilty to a lesser offense in exchange for her testimony. Ms. Bristler made sure you knew that from the get-go. Juliana talked about that. She explained for her reasons why. Nothing was hidden. After her sentence, it sounds like she might have the opportunity to make, what, 10 grand off of selling her story. She said that she would use that to support her family. And then what? Is she gonna work as a nanny? I mean, she's a convicted murderer. Do we really think that it is so reasonable that she made up this complete lie for 10 grand? If this version is correct, coming from Mr. Banfield, then she would be set free. She would be as not guilty as he would be.
All right, that was the final arguments by both sides, or snippets of it, before the jury went to work on Friday. 4 hours, 18 minutes and counting. Let's bring in our guest for the hour from Houston, Texas, criminal defense attorney Nicole DeBoer. Nicole, good to see you. What's your take here? A lot of our viewers are thinking, oh my gosh, this guy is such a liar, and you know, they believe they saw right through him, but we're not in the courtroom, and they're in, you know, we're watching on television. A lot of things could be happening. 4 hours is not that long. Your thoughts?
You're right. 4 hours is not that long. And this is a lot of information to sift through. And you do have snitch testimony. But here's the reality. Just like everybody else is thinking, this is tough testimony. The prosecution did an incredible job of laying out the evidence and showing why they brought this case the way that they did. And I think that the defense has done everything that they can do too, but they have some incredible hurdles, which are the affairs, which really impact the defendant's credibility incredibly, unfortunately for him. No matter what he does to try to control that damage, it's still right from the start, just huge damage. So these jurors are just going to go through and make sure that they've considered all of the evidence. It's hard to know what they're doing back there. I never like to read tea leaves of what's happening back in a closed jury room. But they could, at this point, this is not an excessive amount of time, just be being thorough.
He took the stand, a decision that he makes, got up there, was on the stand for a very long time, and in a sort of clinical, monotony way described what happened from his perspective to this jury. And one of the big moments was when he described Christine at the end as she's dying. He goes over there and she says, "I'm sorry, and I love you." Take a listen to that and then the reaction on cross.
Christine told me that she was bleeding out and that she was sorry and that she loved me.
And she's chatting with you with these wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes, her voice is very hoarse. She was having difficulty speaking, but yes, she was talking to me.
Nicole, the idea, and when he was talking about it, when the nanny and him connected, he said something to the fact that the nanny was talking about men that she really desired, and I realized she was talking about me. His narcissism was through the roof, even though he was in this monotone way of doing it. he's really, if you believe that he did it, if you believe the Commonwealth's case, he is second-level dangerous. And the idea of this guy walking the streets is scary.
These jurors are likely processing as well. You know, it is just really hard to process the idea that he would be having this kind of conversation with his dying wife in such an emotionless, really what looks like calculated recounting of what he says occurred. And then you juxtapose that with his emotional letters to his paramour about how they're going to name their future children even after this has occurred. You know, his credibility seems to me to be the defense's biggest problem, and he doesn't seem to be doing himself any favors on the stand, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, and one of the other diabolical parts of this whole thing is Joseph Ryan, the individual that they lured, if you believe the Commonwealth, to this house to his death, basically. Got him on this fetish website. His mother talked to WUSA, Joseph Ryan's mother, and talked about a couple different things. One of the things was her reaction of finding out that her son was dead. She gets a little emotional in this interview.
I remember when I got the call from the detective. He called me and he told me that my son had been killed. And I just know when he told me that I could hear my own voice screaming.
In his role in this, a little unorthodox, but this is a massive victim here. This is a person that was into this kind of thing, apparently, according to the Commonwealth, shows up for this meeting that had been connected, and he had no idea what he was walking into. And if you believe the Commonwealth, Brendan Banfield didn't care at all about this human life.
Not at all. And you used the great word to describe this situation, if this is ultimately what the jury believes, which is that this is diabolical. It is just the worst of the worst. It took so much planning. It took so much more cheating, which was already going on in that household, and that evidence is uncontroverted. But it took so much technical knowledge and scheming of the system in order to lure an innocent person over to the house, if that's what the jury believes occurred. And I think that they will have a hard time buying into the rest of the defense's narrative because of the evidence that the prosecution has presented.
Juliana Magalhaes takes the stand. She is, you know, obviously everybody who does that sort of dresses it up to make themselves look as good as possible, but she admitted taking part. She admitted being part of the planning and admitted to shooting Joseph Ryan with that second shot, but said that Brendan was the ringleader, the mastermind, if you will. Your thoughts on her, the deal she got, 1 to 15, likely is going to be a time-served scenario and be shipped back to Sao Paulo, Brazil. Did she get too good of a deal?
You know, I think that it was important for her to be able to come forward and say her version of events. And you have to keep in mind, anytime you have an employer-employee relationship, the employer is at the advantage. And this was a very sophisticated employer who was familiar with the criminal justice system, who was taking advantage, it appears, based on her own testimony and the testimony that we heard from others through the prosecution's case, to have taken advantage of a young person who was under his management. And, you know, to me, those kinds of things, the imbalance of sophistication, the imbalance of power, those kinds of things tend to make a difference to juries.
Banfield wants the jury to believe that Joseph Ryan shows up with a knife, which he did. It was his knife, and that he used that to kill Christine, to stab her, and not just for what was going to be this encounter, but took it to the next level. Here is Joseph's mother talking to WUSA saying, no, that doesn't make sense.
Talk to me in the way you're most comfortable about what his role was when it came to sexual fetish websites. Did he ever talk to you about involvement in websites like that?
Yes. This was kind of out of character, right? Not that he brought a knife, but the idea of actually cutting a woman. Like, he could bring a knife and you just sort of play.
Nicole, because of the bizarre nature of the encounter, the rape fantasy being played out through this fetish website connection, could it get a juror, an alienated juror, or could a juror buy into the fact of, well, maybe this Ryan guy did it, and that Brendan is telling the truth?
Sure. I mean, if any of these jurors are back there thinking that this guy was legitimately coming to sexually assault his wife, the decedent in this case, then the prosecution has a pretty big problem, if that's really what they believe. And that's why I think that the prosecution took so much time in trying to lay out why they believe that the entire setup on the website for the dating app, for the fetish website, was a complete setup. And that's why they did what they could to try to outline these details for the jury. Don't believe this side story. This was an innocent victim who really doesn't have any history of cutting up women, who appears at this house to stab someone to death out of the blue that he's never met, despite the fact that there's alleged interaction on a dating website.
Yeah, I mean, the prosecutor did a great job too in saying, listen, he's all over the website, right? So the connection is they're going to find that, and he parks in their driveway. Like, if he's there to murder her, that is not, he wasn't displaying that type of behavior on the way in. He was there to participate in his mind, according to the Commonwealth. We'll keep watching any movement in that courtroom. Of course, we will go to Virginia immediately as we wait 4 hours, about 4.5 hours now. The jury has been at it. We're going to get a break. We are going to go to New Jersey, a bit of the Canero trial. Plus, we are awaiting a presser out in Arizona on Savannah Guthrie's mother missing. We're waiting for an update on that as well. Stay with us.
Did an affair lead to double murder?
The Commonwealth's Attorney's Office has secured an indictment against Brendan Banfield for the murder of his wife, Christine, and the murder of Mr. Ryan.
Prosecutors allege the defendant planned to run away with the family's au pair. So he killed his wife and another man.
He was saying, I'm gonna kill her, I'm gonna kill her.
It's a case of sex, lies, and deadly deception.
The Au Pair Affair murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
TV Live. We want to head out to Arizona now, where a press conference is just getting underway. An update on the missing mother of NBC Today show anchor Savannah Guthrie. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was last seen Saturday night. Savannah is a good friend of ours here at Court TV. She used to work for Court TV before moving on to NBC, and many of us have worked with Savannah over the years, so our concern is with her and her family. We're going to head out there now. They're just starting a press conference, an update on this search for Nancy Guthrie. Let's go to Arizona and pick it up.
I'm going through some talking points for the family. I want to make sure I cover them. I'm not somebody who does well with the script. My local media knows that. We'll get started. I believe it was around noon yesterday, we got a call to the Guthrie residence that Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old, was missing. We expended a lot of resources for a missing person that we typically always do. Our search and rescue volunteers, our search and rescue teams, other agencies, Borstar from Border Patrol sent their canines out. They worked tirelessly all day yesterday and all day tonight. I'm sorry, all day yesterday and all last night. To no avail. As I said yesterday, we saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help. This community has always stepped up to help us solve some pretty tough crimes. I'm looking for that again. This is a 84-year-old lady who suffers from some physical ailments, has some physical challenges, is in need of medication. Medication that if she doesn't have in 24 hours, it could be fatal. So we make a plea to anyone who knows anything about this, who has seen something, heard something, to contact us. Call 911. We don't need another bad, tragic ending. We need some help. Our team is the best. I couldn't speak any higher. I think you know that. We have done some great work with our partners in the Valley. You know, this community, I have to give a lot of thanks to our law enforcement agencies all across this valley, whether it's the Tucson Police Department or some of the smaller agencies. They've all reached out. They've all offered to assist. The FBI, all of them. We work so close with them, and they are all plugged in. We'll continue to work closely with them. But what I really need is I need this community to step up and start giving us some calls. Let us know if you've seen something. We are right now at a time, and I apologize, everybody tells me I talk too softly. We are at a time where, in this investigation, we're now moving forward where we need to depend on technology. You know, our license plate readers, our camera systems throughout the community, anything, everything. And we will download all that data we have from the home, from different pieces of technology we've gotten, and we will use that to our advantage. But the reason I bring this up is that, you know, I'm a cop. I hate politics, but I have to remind our political leaders that they need to quit this banter of every time law enforcement leaders come to you for a need, that you give up these ridiculous remarks about how it's going to be misused. AI is a bad, evil word. The cameras are very bad and evil. I'm tired of that. Those tools in the right hands with the right minds and the right approaches are extremely valuable to solving crimes just like this. We need that. We need more staffing. We need a lot of things. But what I really need is I need the community's help with this. So I want to make sure I didn't, before I take any questions, it is a crime scene. We know that. She needs her daily medication. And anybody that sees anything that even looks, hey, maybe that's her, just take a quick picture, and take a video, send it to us. The number is real easy here locally. It's 911. You can contact our 88 Crime and remain anonymous. You can call me, anybody. I am here to take any questions you may have. It will be a little limited. I apologize for that, but we do have a crime that we need to protect its integrity. I have here Sergeant David Stivers from our homicide team. He has been up all night, so bear with us if we are a little bit fuzzy in our answers or responses, but we're both here for any questions you may have. Let's start,
Chair,
please.
Recognizing your limitations, but can you elaborate at all on what makes you believe it's a crime scene as opposed to someone who left home and just couldn't find their way back?
Well, I think I told you she is very limited in her mobility, right? We know she didn't just walk out of there. That we know. There are other things at the scene that indicate there was she did not leave on her own. We know that.
If you're not at plate readers, is there a vehicle associated with this?
When I told you we're now at the phase where we're looking at all the technology, all of that is being evaluated as we speak. Let me say this: we've not just thrown our search and rescue team out there. They're going to be doing some door-to-door with our criminal investigation team. It is not just our homicide unit. All of our criminal investigation detectives. I went out last night to the scene. There were probably 100 cars out there, all from the sheriff's department, all working this case. It takes a lot of manpower and a lot of energy. This team of mine worked throughout the night. They continue to work. David's had zero sleep, but he and his team are working as hard as they can.
Is there anybody else associated with her, a caregiver, family member, acquaintance, who is also missing and somebody you're looking for?
No. The family, all of the family has been very cooperative with us. They're working with us. They're staying in touch with us. They have complete access to anybody on this department. Savannah has been in touch with us as well. Our hearts go out to them. This is their mom. She's just a great lady from what I've heard, and I feel for the family. We just want to find her and bring her back safe.
Sheriff, you mentioned that she didn't just walk out, but is there any additional information that you can give us on what may have alluded to this being a crime scene?
I wish I could. I really do. I know that everybody wants to know certain things, but I can't do that it would be inappropriate at this time.
Are there any signs of breaking and entering or any forced entry, anything like that?
I again don't want to get into that. David, can you see anything here? Do you?
At this time, it's still a very active investigation. There were circumstances on scene that we believe are suspicious in nature, I think is the best way to put it. But we can't really get into a whole lot of details with that now.
Do you believe that this was targeted, or they just happened to hit Savannah Guthrie's mouth, or if this was just random?
We don't know that. We don't. We look at all of that, but we just don't know that.
Do they have cameras at the home?
They do, and we're looking through some of that. Yeah.
With this being an active crime scene, is there any threat to the general public?
Trying to figure out my phone. Well, no, I don't think there's an active threat, but I hate to say that because you know, we're going to canvass that neighborhood, and maybe there's a prowler been seen around. There's a lot of work still to do. We don't have any indication that that the public is in danger.
And what does that search look like today beyond what you've already told us about last night?
So we have shut down our search and rescue mission, and we've sent them home to rest. They were out all night. Look, we put all our air assets into this, our drone systems, our aircraft, our helicopters, heat sensors, infrared, everything we've had, we've thrown at this. They're going to step aside. We'll call them out again if we need to do more searching. But right now, we don't see this as a search mission as much as we do a crime scene.
Sheriff, can you tell us a little bit about that map?
That is, and David probably can better answer it than I, but that is our search patterns, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So with all the assets that we deployed yesterday with the search and rescue teams, the map that's on the screen is basically tracks that were followed. Those are all, the colored lines are all ground tracks of different teams and different assets that were used on the ground, to include the canines, the volunteers, and our own search and rescue team. The circles are going to be representative, if not necessarily perfect, of our air circulation with both our helicopter and our fixed-wing aircraft at night, working with the night time cameras. So difficult to see where the house is. The house is basically pretty close to center in that, and then all of the searching that went on throughout the day with those folks out there on the ground.
What this really helps.
Okay, we need a quick commercial break. We're going to go back to Arizona, pick up our coverage. Again, if you're just joining us, if you haven't heard this morning, Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show host and Court TV alum Savannah Guthrie, is missing in the Tucson area in Pima County, Arizona. We'll get a break, get you back into that press conference for the very latest on the search for Nancy. Good to be live. Good to be with you on this Monday morning. We are going to be heading back to Pima County, Arizona, where a press conference is going on in connection to the disappearance of Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy. Savannah Guthrie, of course, the co-host of the Today Show, a former legal correspondent here at Court TV. Many of us have worked with Savannah over the years. What we now know from the sheriff in this briefing is that Nancy Guthrie she has some physical limitations and has medication that she needs to take every 24 hours. The call came in that she was missing on Sunday at around noon, and it has been determined that because of what they found at the scene, that they have deemed it a crime scene. They are now leaning into technology, cameras, license plate readers, after an extensive search of the area of the Guthrie home near Tucson. Let's go back into that press conference and pick it up where we left off, the sheriff of Pima County addressing the media.
What this really helps with is our search teams, when they come back and reassess, maybe they've missed an area, we can look at it and say, hey, you know what, this area could use a little more coverage, and so they concentrate again. Our search and rescue team is top-notch. They're out every single day. If it's not a lost person, it's a hiker, it's somebody who's wandered away from a care home, whatever it may be. I want to stress to you, and it is really important, Miss Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie, is of great sound mind. This is not a dementia-related. She is as sharp as a tack. The family wants everybody to know this isn't somebody who just wandered off. Her physical limits are based on just age, and we get old, and so it's more physical. But clearly, she is as sharp as a tack.
Do you have her cell phone, and does that present any tracking potential?
We're looking at that as we speak.
But do you have it or do you not?
We do have it.
Can you give us a little bit more of a timeline? Because you said she didn't leave on her own. That she was last seen at 9:45. She wasn't reported missing until noon. But
I believe what happened there was at 9:45 in the evening, her children left her off. At some time earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, hey, your mom's not here. The family went to the house. I'm thinking they spent some time looking for her themselves before they called us, so I'm guessing maybe they got there around 11. So they did some searching and realized we need some help, and they called 911.
Do you have any idea what time Nancy would have been taken from the home?
There's a lot of things working there, and I just can't say that right now.
Has Savannah Guthrie, has she had any threats to herself at all?
We've spoken to her. We'll continue to work with that. She has a security team that's been in touch with us throughout the night. But we're not going to dismiss any angles for sure. But right now, immediately, we don't know of anything like that.
Is she in town or on the way here?
She's here.
Can you give us any more? What should somebody be looking for? Because when I was out in the neighborhood, the neighbors are obviously incredibly concerned. But is there anything, a tip? I mean, one neighbor stopped me and he didn't know if he should call you or not. That's why.
Oh my goodness!
But so what should somebody be looking?
Well, first of all, I'd ask them, go through their cameras, go through their Ring cameras, whatever cameras they may have. Don't dismiss it that, oh, well, we really can't see the house. They still might see something. Maybe it's somebody walking by. Maybe it's a vehicle driving by at that time of day. But go through all your cameras in that neighborhood and tell us if you see something. Maybe somebody already, we know this happens, right? Oh, I saw something suspicious, but I didn't think it was worth calling in, so I didn't call it in. Well, now it's call in anything you've seen or heard. Maybe it's a neighbor telling you, I saw this or I heard that. Call us. Don't tell the neighbor to call us. Tell the neighbor to call us, but you call us as well. We'll put it together. We'll get, trust me, I'm sure we're going to get inundated with a lot of calls. We'll handle that.
Did she live alone?
I believe, yes, she did, yeah.
Were there any caregivers you're normally associated with her?
Well, she has house staff that comes by, takes care of the yard, whatever, in her house and that. But those people we'll be talking with and have talked to some of them already.
But nobody who's like a live-in or anything?
Nobody actually lives with her, no. like I say, she's of great sound mind, and she is mobile. It's just, it's a challenge for her to get, as the family says, she couldn't walk 50 yards by herself, so.
Somebody asked about the FBI.
I'm sorry?
Somebody asked about the FBI if you're involved.
We, like I said, we work closely with all of our partners, whether they're FBI, ATF, ICE, whoever. We know that they have certain capabilities and certain resources, just as we have certain capabilities and resources. So yes, we'll continue to work with them, and they've offered assistance to us. We accept that assistance, and we offer assistance. But just last week, the FBI called us to handle a shooting that involved Border Patrol. You need to know that. That's just day-to-day routine work for the law enforcement in Pima County, in Tucson. We've worked very closely with our partners.
With the amount of time that's gone by, how wide do you cast in the net? Statewide, national?
Well, yes, national for sure. I'm hoping the national media's picked up on this. We've gotten a lot of reports, but statewide as well, with Amber Alerts, things like that. All of those things we use. Every tool we have, we will use. You guys are too easy. Thank you so much. I apologize for being late. I apologize for my political rhetoric of the Board of Supervisors or the City Council. I just get so frustrated, and you know, we just can't do this job without their support. We don't need political statements from the dais and mumbo jumbo. We need them to listen to their law enforcement leaders and really pay attention to the fact that we understand that there's a great potential for abuses in today's world with the technology that's available to us. But you have to, at some point in time, have some faith and trust in your leadership in the law enforcement community to know and understand that we too were elected here to provide a service to our community. I can't think of a community in this planet that wouldn't tell you, number one is public safety. Everybody just wants to be able to know that they can go outside and enjoy their community and come home and be safe at night in their rooms, asleep in bed. And this lady wasn't able to accomplish that. That's a sad statement. We need her back. We need to find her. And time is very critical. She's 84. She needs her meds. Her family needs her too. Thank you so much for being here.
Does it have David say his first and last name and spelling?
Oh, sure. My name is Sergeant David, common spelling D-A-V-I-D, Stivers, S-T-I-V as in Victor, E-R-S.
And what's your title?
Sergeant.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And if
Okay, that's it for the press conference this morning. The update on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host and former Court TV alum Savannah Guthrie. And we get a little better idea now of the timeline. 9:30 last night, she was dropped off by family members. Didn't show up to church on Sunday. There was concern about that, so family was called. They went to the house at 9:45-ish. They then called authorities about noon when they could not locate her. A search ensued. The search went through the night, and here we are. Still no sign of Nancy Guthrie, but a plea to anybody living in that area. And as you heard the sheriff say, this is a national search at this point because of the time gone by. She's it's very sound mind, but needs her medication. Without it, she doesn't survive, apparently, according to the sheriff. So she needs her medication, and as you heard, they're trying to get her home. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll talk more about this ongoing search effort. Plus, Virginia, 5 hours now. The jury has been deliberating the fate of Brendan Banfield. They worked a little bit on Friday. They're back today at it. Lots to cover. Stay with us.
What are you reporting?
Fire. The tragic murder of Keith Canero and his entire family.
The defendant repeatedly shot and killed his brother and then moved to murder the rest of the family inside the home.
Their sprawling mansion set on fire.
Paul and Keith were not only brothers but business partners. This one is the most brutal case that I've seen in my experience here.
The Mansion Murders Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
As I said yesterday, we saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help.
Sheriff of Pima County, Arizona, in front of the microphones just a short time ago with an update on the search for Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show host and Court TV alum Savannah Guthrie. They are asking for the public's help. Anybody living in that area, look at your cameras. They're using technology. At this point, they've done a massive search of the area and have not turned up anything. The 84-year-old, they said, could not have walked 50 yards by herself, and they do believe a crime has taken place. Nicole DeBoard, criminal defense attorney, watching along with us out of Houston, Texas. We watched this presser it does not look good. This seems like a potential kidnapping of some sort, and whether it's tied to Savannah or not, who knows, but a lot of concerned people, rightfully so.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just absolutely heartbreaking, and the family must be just absolutely going through some terrible grief at this point. Law enforcement does appear to be doing everything that they possibly can. I just really cannot think of anything much lower than preying on an 84-year-old woman with mobility issues. So I think that law enforcement, as they do what they can and unravels this mystery, which they will, it's going to be rough on whoever ends up at the other end of this investigation.
The initial hours always important in any missing persons case. You add the X factor of medication that she takes daily that apparently she desperately needs. Time becomes very important, and the public here, to the sheriff's point, really could make the difference, because they've searched now for hours with not only, the drones and the dogs, but other counties have helped out. They've searched the area. She didn't walk off. That is obvious from this press conference. What do you think may have happened here, Nicole?
It's just impossible to guess. I mean, it's such a bizarre and horrible thing that someone would prey on an 84-year-old woman who can't go 50 yards in the first place. So it's hard to imagine what whoever it is that may have committed this crime was thinking or trying to accomplish. But the tools that law enforcement referenced are really critical. Neighbors can have some small piece of information that they think is potentially nothing that turns out to be a clue that cracks the case. So that plea from law enforcement, I think, was a very responsible one from this law enforcement agency, asking for neighbors to please check everything that they can, their Ring doorbell cameras, looking for any kind of information that might give them that one small clue, no matter how potentially insignificant seeming it is, that helps them unravel where she has gone, where she has ended up, and helps them locate her and bring her back to her family.
Yes, and time is of the essence. Again, Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old, mother of Savannah Guthrie, Today Show host, is missing and has been last seen for sure Saturday night around 9:45. Family dropped her off, didn't show up to church. That launched the concern and a search. And here we are at this point. We'll continue to follow any developments out of the state of Arizona in this search. We're going to get a break here. When we come back, we'll talk about Virginia. What are jurors searching for as they continue to deliberate Brendan Banfield's fate? Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins. Good to be with you on a Monday, a busy one at that. We are in Virginia this afternoon waiting for any word, question, possibly a verdict in the case against Brendan Banfield. The jury there has been deliberating now for 5 hours, 11 minutes and counting. You see it ticking away on your screen. And we're just wondering, what are they thinking? He took the stand, of course, and told them a version of what happened. But the Commonwealth says now, this is a guy, a despicable person that engineered a horrible plot to lure a man off of a fetish website to his death and to kill his own wife so that he could run off with his Brazilian au pair. Will the jury believe Brendan Banfield and what he told them, that he was just called back and found a horrible scene of his wife being murdered? And then at that point, he says he shot and killed Joseph Ryan. Let's go out to the courthouse where Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft is, and Kelly's been covering this from the very beginning. Boy, we're all on pins and needles here, waiting for anything out of that jury. Your thoughts here? We haven't heard many personal details about Joseph Ryan, though, the other case, until recently. Let's start there. The other victim in this crime, according to the Commonwealth.
Hi there, Ted. Nice to see you. Yes, Joseph Ryan. So 2 victims in this case. We have Christine Banfield, who is the wife of the defendant, as well as Joseph Ryan, the other gentleman here, the victim in this case, who prosecutors say was lured to the house under the guise of someone pretending to be Christine and then was engaging in this fet life play with Christine. And this was all a ruse, according to prosecutors, set up by Brendan Banfield as well as the au pair in this case. But recently, Joseph Ryan's mother sat down and did an interview with a local station here in the Washington, D.C. region, WUSA 9. They went down to Florida, where Joseph Ryan's mother lives, and they had a chance to sit down and really learn more about her son, what he meant to her, what she thought of, the things that took place, the things that have been said about her son. And she also spoke about her reaction to the news that her son had been killed. Let's go ahead and play that.
When I got the call from the detective, he called me and he told me that my son had been killed. And I just know when he told me that I could hear my own voice screaming.
So Deidre Ryan has not been inside the courthouse here, but her sister has been here. So some supporters for Joseph Ryan, lots of supporters here for Christine Banfield. Her entire family has been here throughout. Brendan Banfield's father has been here as well, along with his wife. So a lot of people today just milling around outside the courtroom. Things got underway back at 10 a.m. They resumed their deliberations. The judge kind of let it open to the jurors on Friday. She said you could come back here at 9 o'clock this morning, 10 o'clock to begin resuming your deliberations. They chose to come back at 10. So just about 2 hours in so far for today. You combine that with the 3 hours on Friday. We're at about 5 hours, Ted.
Yeah. And, given the length of the trial, it doesn't mean that there's anything except hard work going on, likely. Let's talk about Banfield. He took the stand, and when he takes a stand, that changes everything. Talk about his description of and what he said about the other victim, Joseph Ryan.
So, Ted, this was an interesting moment in court because this the question then was a little bit just piqued some interest inside the courtroom, because it was at this moment where Brendan Banfield was describing walking into the bedroom. So he says he's upstairs now after hearing some noise which sounded like skin on skin. And so he begins to use his foot to push open the double doors of the bedroom. He said he already had his weapon, which he carries because he's an IRS investigator. He already had his weapon drawn. And so he uses his right foot to kind of kick open the bedroom door. And that's where he says he saw Joseph Ryan with the knife. And I know we've shown our viewers the video of this knife. This knife that was brought to the scene by Joseph Ryan, it's a regular kitchen knife. It's used to, a knife that you would use to cut vegetables. So Brendan Banfield was describing this knife in the moment seeing Joseph Ryan there. And then defense counsel asked him if he had ever seen or known of Joseph Ryan before. Let's hear what Brendan Banfield had to say.
Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before?
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room.
So Ted, according to that testimony there from Brendan Banfield, he had never seen Joseph Ryan before. You know, we've been out here a long time covering this case, so there's a lot of chatter and people say a lot of different things, like, is it possible that he knew Joseph Ryan before? Who knows? None of that evidence was brought into court or no information regarding that. But we've been out here so long, people start to develop their own theories and you just hear lots of things. But according to his testimony there, that's what he said. He's never seen Joseph Ryan and never had any communications with him until that very moment.
Yeah, a lot of people online have their own theories as well, and we're all waiting to see what this jury comes back with. But boys, nothing, and there were no questions on Friday, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it they just did the 3 hours and left?
No questions, Ted. Yeah, did the 3 hours and left. They had a hard out on Friday, so they had to be out. One of the jurors was done at 4:30 or needed to be done at 4:30, so they had that hard out on Friday. So really no movement at all from them, Ted, in regard to any kind of questions. So we're all waiting to see what they decide.
Yeah, it could be one of those things where the foreperson is, let's go through this, and it has been a lengthy trial, a lot to go through. We will wait, and we will wait patiently, and Kelly, you'll be our eyes and ears there, and as soon as we hear anything, we'll head back to Virginia. Let's bring in our guest from Washington, D.C. law enforcement expert, Sonny Slaughter. Sonny, this is a case that has a lot of people's attention, and a lot of people have opinions, including me. He did it. Your thoughts? What are this jury? What's this jury possibly hung up on? It is because there's a lot of moving parts here.
Great to be with you, Ted. I actually don't think the jury is hung up. What I do think is that the jury is following their process and following the process. You know, we always want everything done quickly. We think that we know the answers. We believe that we have all of the facts, but the juries are the fact finders. They are the arbiters of the evidence. They have been in there seeing everything that we could not see. And what they are doing is following a meticulous process. And that is really what we want from jurors. We don't want them to come out fast and loose with verdicts that then can be turned over, you know, or that people don't feel secure about, that they feel pressure to make. We want jurors to take their time to review the evidence. And if there's one juror asking a lot of questions, which would probably be me, then that's actually what we want. We want due process from beginning to end, and this is the process, and we need it to play out for as long as it takes for them to get to the verdict that is just and fair.
Yeah, you're right. And every jury is different. They each have their own personalities and led by the foreperson usually, but some jurors love to go over all of the evidence, because they have lived this. They have been together and they haven't been able to talk about it. This is their first time to really talk about it. So they're sharing opinions on each bit of evidence. In a case like this, it went on for as long as it did. There's a lot to go over. Now, the defendant took the stand, so there's a believability factor that I'm sure they're all going to have to weigh in on. And we've been talking about the different things that he told jurors about the actual, killing of Christine, where he saw Joseph Ryan on top of her. There's another part of the equation of, what were you doing that day? He went to the McDonald's, and then he told jurors that he had this meeting scheduled. So he had to leave the house at 7:30, and he really, he talked to Christine a little bit, but he was off to his big, important meeting. Well, the prosecution, the Commonwealth, had a witness saying there was no meeting. Take a listen.
Right.
Today was an important day for me at work as well. There was an important meeting for one of my cases. That meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day.
To your knowledge, was there a meeting scheduled between yourself or with Juliet and Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
Leading.
Were you scheduled to meet with Mr. Banfield?
I was not.
Yeah, Sonny, that wasn't good for the defendant there. There was no meeting. What's the significance of little things like that? You could come up with the most complicated plan to do something, and something like that could really hit with a jury.
Ted, you're so right. That is spot on, because see, when you have all of these little things that you think that you did all right, and then that one little thing, and that is not just a flop. That is a complete failure of what you tried to do. He also tried to make himself seem important. Now, why is he with his gun in the house, walking through the house? He's an IRS agent. I'm not sure what kind of crimes that he is working on that needs his gun to be out, and he's moving around the house because he hears something. You know, his wife could be there. He didn't take a lot of things into account. However, that is a failure, and that is something that the jury can really focus on, because throughout this entire testimony, he really tried to play up his credentials, his experience, his machismo, and that he was so good and women loved him. All of those things really show his narcissistic, incomplete, minimizing everyone except himself. So I just think he failed in that area. He should not have taken a stand. And these are the details that and the level of things that we want the jury to focus on, because we want them to analyze critically. We all have biases, but we really need them to get down to what did he say, did it match up to what happened, and what they believed.
Yeah, he was a real doozy in terms of the way he talked about himself. He, you know, at one point he was talking about how he was teaching his daughter mathematics and art and this and engineering, and he really is using all of these tools. He's the best father in the world. But then he's also this incredibly attractive magnet for the women, that he says that he just basically was approached by the au pair. They were talking about a type of man that the au pair might be interested in, and he determined, she likes me. Yeah, put her on the list. I mean, it's incredible. And so serious about it. This dude is in love with himself.
You know, Ted, one of the things that I thought was really interesting, when you just said that he acted like he was such a great father, okay? Now, I have 4 children. I always say this when I'm on the air. His arrogance around teaching an au pair from another country who did not have the skill set, the knowledge, or the training to carry a weapon around his daughter. Who does that? Who does that at all? That was the thing that really caught me off guard. So you have an au pair, and you're teaching her firearms training, and she's going to be with your 4-year-old daughter? What the heck do you have going on? That made absolutely no sense. That was dangerous. He didn't say anything about Christina approving of that. It's sheer arrogance on his part. It is absolute arrogance, and everything he said and did was arrogant. And those are the details that we want the jury to focus on during their deliberation. And I want them to take their time. I want them to take all the time that they need to ensure that we get a just verdict for Christina, for Joseph, for his daughter, and for all of us.
Let's bring in Francis Johnson. He's a criminal defense attorney. He's at Statesboro, Georgia. Good to see you, sir. The 5 hours and 5.5, not that long, but for a lot of us, we're like, what do you mean this guy's guilty as can be? Your thoughts, at what point does the deliberation time period as an attorney kind of make you take notice? In a case like this that lasted weeks, 5 hours is nothing, correct?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's nothing, especially when they've got to sort through as much as they have to sort through in this case. From a defense perspective, the defense isn't offering an alternative narrative. They're just simply offering skepticism. And it rises and falls as to whether you can trust this pair. And we know that the narrative is out there that she can't be trusted. Of course, the best argument is that you can't trust the witness. The evidence is not quite there, and a longer time of deliberation means we're closer to an acquittal.
Francis, in your experience, if there is a juror or a small part of the jury that is going one way and the majority goes the other, over time, the majority does erode the confidence of the minority, if you will, on these jurors, but it can happen different ways, and it takes time because you really do have to share with that other person that isn't getting over the hump why you believe so strongly. It's a unique dynamic, but a wonderful system. Your thoughts on if there is a holdout, just how it may progress.
Right, I agree with you. This is a beautiful system where untrained, ordinary citizens come in, and after lawyers and judges and grand juries have had their say, it's ordinary citizens that render a verdict. And I tell my clients all the time that a jury doesn't have to like a witness to believe them. And in this case, I am sure that they're back there running through their likes and dislikes, the disgust that is all across this case. But at the end of the day, it comes down to who they believe.
Yeah, and at this point, they are hashing it through back there in the deliberation room, 5 hours, about 5.5 hours. As you heard Kelly Craft, there are people at the courthouse waiting, interested parties, and as soon as we hear anything, a question or a verdict, of course, we'll head back to Virginia, and we'll be thinking about this and talking about it until there is a conclusion one way or another. We're going to get a breakdown. We're going to switch gears. The latest on the search for Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host and former Court TV correspondent Savannah Guthrie. She has been missing, last seen Saturday night, reported missing on Sunday. There is grave concern for the 84-year-old. We watched a press conference from the sheriff of Pima County. We're going to go over the very latest on the search for Nancy Guthrie when we return.
Tragic murder of Keith Canero and his entire family.
This one is the most brutal case that I've seen in my experience here.
The Mansion Murders Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Ezra McCandless was gender confused. She is standing trial for stabbing one of her lovers to death.
Was this murder? The Killer Girlfriend Murder Trial. Weekdays on Court TV Legendary Trials.
As I said yesterday, we saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we've processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help.
Sheriff of Pima County, Arizona, updating the media and everybody who's interested, which there are a lot of us that are, and people around the country, to the missing persons case concerning Nancy Guthrie. This is the mother, there she is there, of Savannah Guthrie, the co-host of the Today Show. Savannah is very close to all of us here at Court TV because she used to be a correspondent for us. She was a legal correspondent going and covering trials. I remember covering a trial, probably Scott Peterson was the first one I covered with her, and she is a person that knows this process very well. Her mother is missing. She was with family and dropped off at her house. She lived alone in the Tucson area. Dropped off 9:30 Saturday night. 84 years old, a very sound mind, but has some physical limitations. The next day, she didn't show up to church on Sunday. So people at church called the family and said, hey, you know, Nancy's not here. Her family went to the house, didn't find her, called law enforcement around noon on Sunday, and searched all day and all night, and they still have not been able to find this 84-year-old who is in need of her medication. She takes it daily and needs it daily, and she hasn't had it. And that is a huge concern. She's a very sound mind, but the sheriff said in the briefing that according to her family, she never could have walked off on her own, and they haven't found her. She didn't walk away. And this is not an Alzheimer's scenario. She is as sharp as a tack, is how he said it. She's missing. There's huge concern. Savannah Guthrie is there. She is in Arizona with law enforcement. Before we talk about this, I want to play for you how the Today Show began this morning.
Good morning to you. Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. Thank you so much for starting your week with us. Janelle is here. And we want to get right to what is a deeply personal story for us. Nancy Guthrie, Savannah's beloved mother, has been reported missing in Arizona.
Nancy, who is 84, was last seen Saturday night and reported missing on Sunday by family members.
Savannah saying in a statement, on behalf of our family, I want to thank everyone for the thoughts, prayers, and messages of support. Right now, our focus remains on the safe return of our dear mom. We thank law enforcement.
The Today Show started today. Obviously, so Savannah not there. She is in Arizona. The sheriff says that she is there along with other family members. Huge concern. They're asking the public to check their cameras, people that live in the area and anyone around the country. If you have anything to share, they're ready to hear from you. They need someone to help break this case and bring her back. Let's bring in our law enforcement expert, Sonny Slaughter, and in Statesboro, Georgia, Francis Johnson, criminal defense attorney, still with us. Sonny, let's lean into your expertise here. What's going on in terms of they know, because you listen to the sheriff, she's not there. She didn't walk away. Now what do you do? What tools are they using? They mentioned license plate readers and cameras. What are they doing now to locate 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie?
Well, first, let me say that my heart goes out to the family as someone who has been actively involved in missing persons investigations, working with families to navigate these conversations between them and law enforcement. These are critical times. I need everyone to pay attention. Pay attention to what the sheriff said. Pay attention to what we are all saying. One of the things that I need is, while we think about just cameras in the community, I need every business within a 5-mile radius, north, south, east, and west, to start checking your cameras at least 5 hours back from the time she was reported missing. Check your cameras, check parking lots, move around your businesses, see if you see anything that is unusual. Talk to your staff, anyone that you know in the area, to see if they have seen Nancy. It is critical that we keep saying her name, Nancy Guthrie. We must say her name. If someone has taken her, she needs to be humanized. She needs to be humanized quickly in front of them. They need to know that she is loved and people are looking for her. In those businesses, I am talking about banks. I am talking about stores, small stores, liquor stores, gas stations. Everyone needs to be checking in the area 5 miles out. They also, law enforcement is going to be going to these businesses. If they don't come to you, we need you to go to them. We need you to look, have a designated person to be looking at these cameras very specifically within that time frame that I said. She went missing in the morning. We need at least 5 hours back from that time. You need to be looking for cars that were moving about in the area that maybe shouldn't be. Anyone that was walking up to anyone that may not be Nancy and talking to them that may have been in trouble, because those are persons of interest that they need to be speaking to. Don't wait for law enforcement to come to you. You need to go to them and give them the information that they are seeking. Anything suspicious, anything that you think does look suspicious, even if it might not be, give them that information. Call the number, provide your name, number, and the information that you have. Be readily available. Keep your cell phones on. Tell other people that you know. If they are asking you to participate in the search, wear comfortable shoes, good clothes. Don't touch anything that you're not supposed to touch. They are going to be doing a grid search. That is walking in a line looking for clues and information within the area that she went missing and beyond. Be helpful, not harmful. Don't get in the way. Supply law enforcement what they need. If you see them out there and you can't do the search, provide water, provide pens and papers, things that people need. Provide sticks for those that need to walk. This is a very critical time, and when anyone goes missing, it is not a time to sit back and relax. It is a time to get moving and get moving forward. These are the things that law enforcement need. They need them now. They need them right away.
Yeah, that search has been suspended around the house. They did work over all day, all night, and they've determined she's not there. They're going to re-canvass it, they said, after everybody gets a little bit of a break here. The thing that stood out to me, Francis, was that the things found at the scene basically deemed it a crime scene, and that's what they're calling it. They're calling this home where she lived alone but had family very close by, and family members dropped her off Saturday night at 9:30. That's the last time she was seen. But something there has them very concerned that they found at the scene. Your overall thoughts of what we have heard so far?
Well, to begin with, our heart really goes out to the Guthrie family. And of course, we're sending lots of prayers all the way from Georgia to Arizona. But it was clear when the detectives designated this a crime scene that they were signaling to everyone that they observed something that did not align with just a ordinary voluntary disappearance. That there was a disruption of a pattern, and that gave them the suspicion that they needed to elevate this. And of course, we know that this is not about mental capacity. There are some physical limitations, some mobility limitations, but that's very critical in this moment. And so absence, the cognitive impairment, it really narrows down the investigative field for officers. And the truth of the matter is everything that that my friend in law enforcement just gave to us is so clear, because oftentimes these cases turn on ordinary observations. And so when law enforcement says that no lead is too small, no detail is insignificant, they really mean that. And I'm sending, again, lots of thoughts and prayers. And at the same time, contacting a few folks who I know are vulnerable in my sphere of influence, and making sure that we go through safety protocols for them as well.
Well said. Yes. Good point, Francis. Yeah, everybody here at Court TV obviously very invested in this too, given that Savannah used to be one of us, and you know, we've worked with her over the years, and you know, very proud of her career, but also very cognizant to the fact that she has covered true crime for years, and from start through trial, and could only imagine what she's going through. Let's get a break. When we come back, New Jersey versus Paul Canero. Now, you might notice the clock has stopped in Banfield. That's not a verdict. They're going to lunch there in Virginia. They are expected back to continue deliberating around 1:15 Eastern time. So they're taking 45 minutes to digest their lunch and what they've done so far, and then they'll be back at it. So Canero first to New Jersey, then Banfield. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. The clock stopped in Banfield out in Virginia because the jury is at lunch back at 1:15 Eastern time. So while they enjoy their lunch and stop deliberating for a bit, we are going to turn our attention to New Jersey, where the state's case continues in the mansion murder trial. Defendant Paul Canero is accused of slaughtering his brother's family and then burning their house down to hide evidence. Prosecutors say Canero then returned home and set his own house on fire to make it look like both brothers who were in business together were a target of some sort of hit. Paul and Keith Canero ran a successful company together, but prosecutors say the day before the killings, Keith had sent an email to their business partners saying that Paul was stealing money and needed to be cut off. Before we head into court for today's session, let's get more on the case from Court TV anchor Michael Ayala.
We allege that the defendant repeatedly shot and killed his brother while he was outside of the side of his home, and then moved to murder the rest of the family inside the home.
Paul Canero is accused of killing his brother and his brother's family and then setting their mansion in Colts Neck, New Jersey on fire to cover up the brutal murders. 50-year-old Keith Canero was shot in the head and in the back. His wife, Jennifer, was shot and stabbed. Their 11-year-old son, Jesse, and 8-year-old daughter, Sophia, were both repeatedly stabbed. Investigators say after killing them, Canero set fire to their home to destroy the evidence.
Sir, what are you reporting?
Okay, fire. A neighbor called 911 when he noticed the Canero house was on fire. Then he saw a body.
Oh, my God, there's blood here. It's a corpse.
It's what?
It's dead.
What's dead?
There's somebody's dead here.
Prosecutors say Canero also set his own home on fire the same day in nearby Ocean Township, New Jersey.
That fire was effectively a ruse designed to make it appear as if the overall Canero family was somehow targeted.
Prosecutors say Paul Canero's motive was money. Keith and Paul Canero owned a tech firm and a pest control business together. And according to court documents, Keith was about to cut off Paul's salary after finding out he had stolen tens of thousands of dollars from him.
This one is the most brutal case that I've seen in my experience here.
Canero was indicted on multiple charges, including 4 counts of first-degree murder. He pleaded not guilty and maintained he had nothing to do with the murders.
He says he is innocent. He said he could not, and of course did not, murder his brother's 2 little girls and his wife and his brother. The state of New Jersey disagrees. Let's go into the courtroom now. The jury is hearing from Allison Lane. She is with the Forensic Serology Unit.
This unit is marked as S412. Do you recognize this?
This is a laboratory receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139 with a submission date of November 27, 2018.
Okay, and what in particular is listed on there?
It is a buccal swab from suspect Paul Canero.
Okay, now you didn't actually receive that buccal swab, right?
Correct.
Was that sent directly to DNA?
I assume so, yes.
Showing you S413. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is an evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated December 6, 2018.
And what is listed on there?
It is a buccal swab from Sean Edson.
All right, and again, you didn't actually get that buccal swab, right? Correct. I went right to DNA.
I assume so, yes.
Well, is that what it normally does?
It would, yes.
Now, was approval obtained to perform additional serological testing on other areas of the genes, item 6.1?
Yes.
And were those areas of the genes that were not previously tested?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S454, showing counsel. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated January 17, 2019.
Now, do you have S457 up there with you still? I believe you do.
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, I would just refer you, if you need to, your notes are subsection C.
Okay.
Now, on S454, your report, in particular, how many more areas of those genes were tested by you?
I tested 2 additional areas for potential blood and forwarded those samples to DNA for further testing. In a swab, I swabbed different areas to try and isolate potential epithelial or skin cells.
Okay, so on your report, what is the first item there that's listed that you tested?
Staining front left thigh area.
And does that correlate to 6-1-7?
Yes.
Did you submit a portion of that? And I think you said you did, but did you submit a portion of that to DNA?
Yes.
Did that portion become 6-1-7-1?
Yes.
Okay. And just by the way, I should have asked you earlier, but is it swabs that you're taking, or are you doing something else to those areas?
For the staining, I take a small portion of the staining on a sterile swab in the laboratory to do my Kastle-Meyer testing, and then a portion is actually cut out of the genes and forwarded to DNA for their testing.
Okay. And then, what is 6-1-8?
Staining from the front right shin area.
Okay, what, if anything, did you do with that?
I got the positive reaction for the Kastle-Meyer test, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6-1-8-1?
Yes.
And how about 6-1-9?
I did a swabbing of the inside pockets and knee areas to try and collect any potential skin cells from who may have worn or used the jeans, and did the Kastle-Meyer test on that swabbing. I was not able to detect any blood, but a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6-1-9-1?
Yes.
Okay. And then is there an item listed on there, 6-4-1?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a swab of the live round.
Okay, and the live round, are we talking about that was found in the genes earlier?
It was found in the pile of articles.
Okay, understood. And did you do any testing with that swab?
No, I cut a portion of that swab for DNA for their testing.
Now, do you know who took that swab of that live round? What unit?
It was somebody in the ballistics or the state police CSI unit.
Now, did the portion of that swab that you cut for DNA testing become 6-4-1-1?
Yes.
All right, Canero case, let's get a break here. We'll get you back into New Jersey for more testimony there. We're also monitoring the jury's progress. They're at lunch in the Banfield case. Talk about that as well, plus Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, missing. Stay with us.
An affair with the family's au pair lead to double murder.
He was saying, I'm gonna kill her, I'm gonna kill her.
It's a case of sex, lies, and deadly deception.
The Au Pair Affair murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV. This week.
Covering the country's biggest trials before we bring you inside the courtroom. Plus, the most compelling true crime cases in our daily spotlight.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
As we continue our Verdict Watch coverage in Virginia, in Banfield, the jury at lunch till 1:30. We've been watching testimony out of New Jersey in the Mansion murder trial for defendant Paul Canero. Prosecutors allege that Canero killed his brother, sister-in-law, and then the couple's 2 kids, stabbed them to death, according to the state. Set the mansion on fire, then went home, set his house on fire, all because of a business family dispute over financial trouble. That's the motive, according to prosecutors. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We'll pick it up where we left off, learning about some DNA evidence found at the crime scene.
Now, finally, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S414 and S444. As well as 446. Maybe she'll come. We could start with S414. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is an evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated February 25th, 2020.
Okay, and how many items are listed on there? If you could tell us the numbers.
There are 5 items, laboratory numbers 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Okay, and who delivered those items on February 25th of 2020?
Detective Stephen Boat.
And again, I know you said it, but the lab number on there, your unique lab number, is that 10138?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about the cold snack scene?
Yes.
Can you just read each of those items on the evidence property receipt to tell us what they say?
Laboratory 28 is DNA swab of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. 29 is DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of that same address. Item number 30 is DNA swab of reddish stain from south side of kitchen island of the same address. Item number 31 is DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal and that same address. Item number 32 is DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen and the same address.
Now, on your report, let me ask you if you could take a look at S444. Do you recognize that?
S444, yes.
And what is that?
That is a laboratory report that I authored for C18-10138, dated March 9th of 2020.
Okay, and do the items that you just read on that evidence property receipt correspond to items listed that you tested on your report?
Yes.
Okay. So item 28 on your report is what?
Item 28 is the swab of the reddish stain from the door frame in between the foyer and the kitchen.
We're showing counsel S334, 335, 336, 337, and 338. Okay, I'm approaching you with those items. I'm just going to leave them here for a moment. But if you could just, I'm sorry, go down the line. So you indicated item 28. What is item 29 in your report?
29 is the DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen.
Okay, how about item 30?
30 is a swab of the reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island.
How about 31?
31 is the swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal.
And how about item 32?
32 is a swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen.
Now, up there with you have S334. I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is laboratory number 28 for C18-10138.
Okay, and does that correspond to the swab of the door frame from the kitchen?
Between the foyer and the kitchen.
Okay. How about S335? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is laboratory number 29.
Okay, and does that correspond to the sample of the scraping from the door frame from the foyer in the kitchen?
Yes.
How about S336? Do you recognize that one?
Yes.
What is that?
This is item number 30, which is the swab of the kitchen island south side.
Okay. And how about S337?
This is item number 31, which is the swab of the lower kitchen cabinet north side of the kitchen.
Okay, S338.
S338 is item number 32, which is the swab of the pull-out drawer just below the sink of the north side of the kitchen.
Now, on each of those, S334 through 338, is your unique lab number on each of those?
Yes.
Now, of those 5 samples that the prosecutor's office sent to you, how many of those did the lab choose to test?
I analyzed one.
Okay. Now, how do you determine which one you're going to analyze?
I analyzed the one that was marked A by the prosecutor's office.
Okay, so that is A. And now, if Detective Vogt had taken 10 more samples from all around the kitchen and sent them to you, would you have tested all 10 of them?
No.
Why not?
It goes back to that case management that I spoke of earlier, where we have limited resources and can always go back and do more testing.
Now let's talk about the one that you did test, item 28, the swab of the door frame from the foyer in the kitchen. What did you do with that?
I performed the Castlemeyer test on that swab. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a portion on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that portion...
All right, we're going to slip in a commercial break. We'll have more from New Jersey plus Virginia. The jury getting a little lunch break here. What are they thinking, though, with Banfield 5 hours, 41 minutes and counting?
that. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands. Good to be with you on this Monday. We're going to focus our attention this afternoon in Virginia, where a jury has been deliberating now for 5 hours, 41 minutes in the au pair affair murder trial for Brendan Banfield. The former IRS criminal investigator took the stand last week where he claimed he walked in on, we should mention too, the clock has stopped there because they're at lunch. They're at lunch until 1:30 Eastern time. So we don't have a verdict or a question, but they're just getting a little lunch. Anyway, Banfield claimed he walked in on his wife and another man, and they were having a violent sexual encounter. And he came in with his gun and shot that other man named Joseph Ryan. But prosecutors say no. This was all made up. It was a plan orchestrated by Banfield and the nanny turned mistress. Before we discuss what the jury might be thinking about and talking about, let's go back and take a look at that pivotal moment where he takes the stand, does Banfield, and then describes from his perspective the deadly shooting.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, took place that caused you to discharge your firearm?
It appeared that he did a very forceful stab towards Christine, and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she like rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground. This kind of had Joe now like on his knees, kind of facing Christine, of which I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
And when you fired, were you able to determine whether or not you made contact?
I didn't know where I made contact, but I believed that I made contact as he moved.
Okay.
He moved backwards, He moved backwards a little bit away from Christine. At that point.
And what did you do?
I immediately hurried towards Christine, and I actually stepped over her, and I told her to stay down as I stepped over her. I did this so that I could look at Joe Ryan and see if he was still a threat.
And what, if anything, did you see when you went over there?
I saw the knife on the floor.
Okay, was that the first time you saw the knife in its full?
That was the first time I could fully see the knife. The other times, it was in his grip and obscured by Christine's hair.
And the knife that you saw is the same knife that you've seen in the Commonwealth's photos?
Yes.
Okay. Before, at some point, did you help Christine?
At that moment, I did not help Christine yet. I used my foot and dragged the knife towards me with my toe to move the knife away from Joe.
Okay, so if you can, so that there's an image in their minds, can you explain from stepping over Christine to doing what you just said with the knife?
I probably need to take another step or two to get closer to Joe. The knife was very close to Joe. It's like I reached my right foot forward I still had my gun pointed at him. So I reached my right foot forward, and I guess stuck my toe out and dragged it back towards me so that it was not next to him.
Okay. And what would you say the distance was where the knife was when you first touched it with your foot? I'm sorry, the distance from Joe Ryan when you first touched it with your foot?
Not more than a foot and a half.
Okay. And when you removed it from the area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Maybe 5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
Okay. So what did you do then next?
I didn't notice that Joe was moving. And
well, let me ask you this. Did you ever touch Joe?
I never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
There he is, Brendan Banfield, with his version of events, telling the jury during, that was a direct examination. It got a little dicey on cross. Let's bring in our guest for the hour from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, criminal defense attorney, Eric Schwartzreich. Guess what this, Eric, good to see you. This is a case that a lot of people are invested in. And a lot of people don't like this guy, and they don't believe him. They didn't believe his testimony. The jury's been at it 5 hours, 41 seconds. Did someone on that jury believe him, do you think?
Ted, they might, but before we even get there, I mean, most people wouldn't like an IRS agent anyway. So, you know, you've got that issue. I mean, not very likable people to most people, but we have a saying as criminal defense lawyers, and the saying is how do you know when a defendant is lying? And it is when his lips are moving. Now, I'm certainly not saying that or suggesting that. However, he's on trial for a very serious offense, and it's one of those trials that jurors love. You've got murder, you've got sex, you've got S&M, you've got fetishes going on here. So the question is was this a setup? Was he lured there? Was this a ruse? And was he there, you know, for this sexual rape or fantasy playing? And unfortunately, you know, there are 2 victims here, and for that victim, that is a hard hurdle for the victim to overcome. And you have to be careful, or the attorneys do, the prosecution does, that victim does not, by nature of the accusation that he's there for this sex party, this sex fetish. And while people keep their sexual desires silently, people might think, well, is this guy that showed up, what's he there for? Is there something strange? Is there something ominous here? But will they believe the defendant, who has credibility issues, who, you know, admits that, listen, I've been engaged in cheating and affairs, and there's this issue with a nanny? Will he like them? Or will the jury like him? Can this be overcome? That is the million-dollar question in this case.
Yeah, you bring up the other victim. Christine, of course, his wife, is the person that gets the most attention. But Joseph Ryan answers, according to the Commonwealth, this request on a fetish website to come act out a rape fantasy, bring your own knife, and the door is going to be open, and we'll see you there in the morning. It's just after 7:30. Yeah, he's an absolute victim. His life was not taken into account at all, if you believe the Commonwealth story, that this was a setup by Brendan Banfield and the au pair. His mother has come out, just recently did an interview with WUSA and talked about the fact that, yes, her son was there with this knife, and yes, that he was involved. And she said he talked about, you know, his sort of fetish world, and she was aware of it. She lived down in Florida, but here she is in this interview with WUSA, basically saying that, yeah, he had a knife, but it wasn't for murder. It was for this other purpose. Take a listen.
Talk to me in the way you're most comfortable about what his role was when it came to sexual fetish websites. Did he ever talk to you about involvement in websites like that?
Yes. This was kind of out of character, right? Not that he brought a knife, but the idea of actually cutting a woman. Like, he could bring a knife and you just sort of play.
Eric, for some jurors, many jurors, this is such a foreign concept to think of themselves going on to a website like this and showing up with a knife to pretend to rape. It could be
potentially off-putting to the point where they might think that Joseph Ryan, because he was open to doing that, might have been the killer of Christine, that he used the knife to actually cut her throat, because that's what the defense is basically saying.
Ted, I mean, it's an excellent point. Listen, human sexuality is a strange thing, but for someone to show up, I mean, if you're on the defense side and you think about, like, what is a good fact for you? If you don't believe this ruse or that it was a setup or that someone was lured, to show up to someone's house with a knife for this fantasy, this fake rape, if you will, it might be a hard pill for some of the jurors to swallow. And that's when I talk about, well, like, they have to overcome that, these jurors, as to why this victim, you know, if he is the victim, as the defense, you know, argues that he's not, was he at the house? And certainly, so he's there, you know, the prosecution's going to argue, and he brings a fake knife to someone's house because of a rape fantasy, and that is a tough sell. Now, certainly, I think the prosecution has great evidence in this case, and there's a lot to work with, but to me, that is the hurdle that the prosecution has to overcome, and they spend a lot of time, the prosecution, dealing with that, because those jurors got to be sitting there and thinking, like, who in the hell brings a knife to someone's house? And the prosecution certainly has to argue in this case it was because he was lured there and because of this S&M and this rape fetish, and that is something that is going to have to be overcome. I mean, as we see, it's been almost 6 hours now. It's not an open and shut case. Well, that's not very long, and as lawyers, we don't like to read the tea leaves or say, what is it, short, long, what does that mean? You never know what's going on in a jury room, but I am certain that the jurors are grappling with that, and they really, when they peel back the onion, they're going to have to decipher, does that make sense? Is that what happened here? Or was he here really, and what Banfield came across was someone that was going to harm or perhaps murder his wife? And that is something that could be reasonable doubt in this case.
Let's hope not. Brendan Banfield is the most, if you believe the Commonwealth, and you believe that he engineered this whole thing, and you believe Juliana Magalhaes, the Brazilian au pair, if you believe this narrative that this IRS guy sat back and thought of a way to whack his wife in a way that was so demented that he took this Joseph Ryan out of a fetish website and basically brought him to his murder as collateral damage. Didn't care about Joseph Ryan, didn't care about his wife at all, to the point of when he was up on that stand, he was asked, well, did she ever have these, you know, this rape stuff going on in your marriage? He said, well, yes, she did talk about it. It was one of her fantasies. And I mean, the despicable nature of this guy, if indeed you believe the Commonwealth, which a lot of people do, he's the worst of the worst. The fact that he could be walking around town, if he's found not guilty, gets the old hair on the back of the neck standing for those that believe that he engineered this diabolical scheme.
So, Ted, I agree with you, but certainly, you know, from a vision, like you look at some other people, some other defendants. I mean, I represented, sometimes you judge a book by the cover, like how someone looks, perhaps look more ominous or more scary to others. But yes, if he did this, it is diabolical, it is scheming. And unfortunately for the defense as well, you know, this is someone that has experience in the criminal justice system, worked for the IRS, you know, was an investigator. And is it possible that he planned this? Absolutely. And another problem, you know, for the defense or the prosecution, depending upon how the jury receives it or how that's played, is the amount of planning that went involved in that. And like the diabolical, as you said, nature to come up with something like to lure someone to the house under like this sex fetish. And, you know, it is something that the jury is really going to weigh here, because if that happened, that is diabolical indeed. And you would expect that if his wife had been involved in S&M or role-playing or this fetish, that there might have been more evidence or any evidence of activity of calling people to the house before. And I don't think that evidence exists. So, you know, it's certainly disturbing. It's something that is concerning in this case on both sides. But again, this jury has now been out for close to 6 hours, and you have to think that has got to be something that is weighing heavy in these deliberations right now.
Somebody might have believed him up on the stand with his weird
Takes
nature.
one, Ted. Just takes one.
Absolutely. Here he is saying that Christine was dying and he got over to her. And what does she say to him? Well, from Mr. Narcissist Brendan, he tells the jury that, she says, I'm sorry and I love you. Take a listen.
Christine told me that she was bleeding out and that she was sorry and that she loved me.
And she's chatting with you with these wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes, her voice is very hoarse. She was having difficulty speaking, but yes, she was talking to me.
The prosecutor on the cross, I loved her disgust with him, the questioning, her reaction. I mean, this is just one of his little stories that was so self-serving. He goes over there and she's dying and she's got a few words to say, and yes, she's gonna say sorry to her loving husband who is having sex with the au pair. It's, ugh. But to your point, somebody might have been hooked. Some juror might have been sitting there eating their popcorn. I believe this guy, because he is smart.
Well, he comes across smart, and to me, that question from the prosecution, the way it was asked, certainly very skillful and asked very well. But, jurors read body language. I'm not a body language expert, but one thing that was telling to me on that is during the response to it was the eye contact, the closing of the eyes of the defendant, and the defendant looking down at that moment. It is certainly a good question. I mean, did this conversation happen? But who knows what happened in that room? I mean, there's two people that are dead, and then the state had to cut a deal with the paramour, or the au pair in this case, which you see in cases like this. They have to, sometimes in murder prosecutions, and a problem for the prosecution is they have to go down that rabbit hole like Alice in Wonderland and cut a deal with someone. And they cut a deal with someone who, by her own words, was involved in the murder, involved in firing of a gunshot, and yet perhaps we're going to see a year in prison and then deportation to her country. And anytime you have snitch evidence coupled with this, where someone has a motive, where someone has a reason to say something, that could possibly spell problems for the prosecution as well.
Yeah, it's the X factor, having her take the stand and tell her version of the story. She was very self-serving, and there, you got the feeling that she was telling a varnished version that made her look better than she was, blaming everything on Brendan. So you're right, a juror could have had disgust for her, then kind of get hooked by Brendan. You never know, but it's 5 hours and 41 minutes is not an eternity. It's a long trial, a lot of evidence. They just may be meticulous and be going through it. We'll see. They're at lunch for another 15 minutes. Is this going to be one of those post-lunch verdicts? We'll find out. We're going to get a break. When we come back, Court TV's Matt Johnson is going to join us for the latest on the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother. Nancy Guthrie is missing in the state of Arizona. There was a press conference earlier today. Matt's going to join us next.
Tragic murder of Keith Canero and his entire family.
This one is the most brutal case that I've seen in my experience here.
The Mansion Murders Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, a widow who wrote a children's book on grief stands accused of poisoning her husband. We have key takeaways from today's big hearing in the case against Corey Richins.
Closing arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We want to turn our attention to the state of Arizona, where we're following new developments in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show co-host and Court TV alum Savannah Guthrie. In studio with us, Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson is here. And Matt, this has a lot of us who know Savannah at Court TV very worried for her mother, and we can only imagine what she and her family are going through here as police continue to search for Nancy.
Well, they're asking for the public's help, and we know Savannah has been boots on the ground right there in Arizona. She waits for the latest. Police investigating the disappearance of her mother as a crime, and they're asking for the public's help right now. Here's what we know. Right now, police are canvassing that area with dogs and drones. They are also using license plate reading technology and combing over video from the area, surveillance video, ring video, things of that nature. Nancy Guthrie was reported missing over the weekend. The 84-year-old was dropped off at her home in the Tucson area at around 9:30 Saturday night and reported missing the next morning after not showing up for church. The Pima County Sheriff saying that Guthrie has some physical limitations but no cognitive issues. They do not think that she left her home on her own and are investigating this as a crime.
As I said yesterday, we saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help. She is very limited in her mobility, right? We know she didn't just walk out of there. That we know. There are other things at the scene that indicate there was she did not leave on her own.
Again, asking for the public support for their help in all of this. The Pima County Sheriff's tip line right here on your screen, 520-351-4900. People in the area, again, being asked to review any doorbell cameras, ring videos, even video from their Teslas, if you have that. As we know, minutes matter in these situations. We're in that first 48. We know how critical this can be.
Absolutely, and a lot of concern, especially with her daily medication that she does need.
Correct.
The family, you know, we know that Savannah is there, and she has other family members there as well. Mom lives on her own, but she's surrounded by supporters, including her church. And what kind of reaction have we heard from in terms of Savannah and the family?
Lives on her own, but they do not think that she was able to leave on her own. And whatever else they found in that home, that's what has labeled this as a crime scene right now. We know Savannah Guthrie, boots on the ground, there at her mom's house in Arizona. The former Court TV correspondent, no stranger to true crime cases. Here she is with her mom. She was a correspondent here at Court TV for several years. Right now, Savannah and her family asking for the public's help. Here is how the Today Show anchors started their newscast this morning.
Good morning to you. Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. Thank you so much for starting your week with us. Chanel is here, and we want to get right to what is a deeply personal story for us. Nancy Guthrie, Savannah's beloved mother, has been reported missing in Arizona.
Really hard for any of the family members involved in this, and you have several family, right? You have the Court TV family, you have the Today Show family, and then you have the biological family there, Savannah's family, and they are boots on the ground right now. It's very interesting also during this news conference that we carried live here from Pima County. They were asked if Savannah Guthrie, being a public person, if she has had any threats towards her, if she had any added security, things of that nature, any concerns. And the Sheriff's Department wasn't aware of any of that. And as you mentioned, minutes matter in all of this because she takes that critical healthcare medicine, you know, that this could be a fatal situation as time ticks.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the big, I guess, sort of mantra right now is if you know anything, don't be shy, and especially if you live in that area. But the
sheriff did say at this point, given the amount of time that's gone by, this is a national search. So she could be anywhere, but they need her home ASAP. Matt, thank you. We'll continue to monitor this. Still with us, criminal defense attorney Eric Schwartzreich. And Eric, it's a heartbreaker for those of us that know Savannah, but for anyone in this situation, it's the worst thing having a family member missing, and then to have the sheriff basically say there's something wrong here and this is a crime scene. A lot of concern, and it just doesn't look good at this point. It appears as though her physical limitations would suggest possibly some sort of kidnapping of an 84-year-old.
Well, first of all, Ted and Mark, I hope everything goes well for her family over at Court TV, for Today's Show family, and certainly for the Guthries. I mean, certainly when we have, you know, an elderly person, 84 years old, and we have law enforcement coming out, and based upon, they're not releasing everything yet for reasons, but based upon that statement, and the first 48 hours are very important, that based upon the statement that this is a crime scene, and that we're looking at license plate readers, there might be camera evidence, something in disarray, someone from the church, someone, those are good questions because of the high profile nature of Savannah, to ask if there's any issues or any threats. You know, you also were just recently covered a case on Court TV where an elderly person, while he was convicted, was part of a scam, and people sometimes like to scam elderly people, take advantage of elderly people, and it seems as if the sheriff is saying that there's some evidence to show in this house that this is a crime scene. She didn't leave voluntarily. We're looking at those license plate readers to determine if there was a car and it left the city or it left the county. You have to stay optimistic. We're within the time frame. It's concerning that she doesn't have her medication with her, but I hope that they find her, and I hope that they find her alive in this situation.
Yeah, here's the sheriff talking about that medication that Nancy Guthrie needs on a daily basis. Take a listen.
This is a 84-year-old lady who suffers from some physical ailments, has some physical challenges, is in need of medication. Medication that if she doesn't have in 24 hours, it could be fatal.
Dire there. Obviously, it's very important. He also said that she was sharp as a tack. This isn't an Alzheimer's scenario where she's wandered off. They have searched the area to a degree that they're certain that she didn't wander off, given her physical limitations. Now they're continuing to go back and sort of research it, but at this point, they're really leaning into the public and asking for anybody to come forward. I want to read a statement that was released by Savannah Guthrie today, saying, on behalf of our family, I want to thank everybody for their thoughts, prayers, and messages of support. Right now, our focus remains on the safe return of our dear mom. We thank law enforcement for their hard work on this case and encourage anyone with information to contact the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Again, there's that number on your screen, 520-351-4900. Eric, it is too early to speculate on anything in terms of what could be happening here, but really the list is pretty short. You mentioned it. Is this someone who's trying a scam, like an elder sort of target, going after an elderly person, someone who knows the family, knows her, he's connected, maybe is obsessed with Savannah because of her fame and all that. All of that is on the table, is it not, for law enforcement as they continue to do everything they can in these critical hours?
Everything has to be on the table, and I'm certain, but listening to the press conference, that they're going to leave, every stone is going to be turned over here. You know, we live in a day and age where we see attacks, political attacks, or people that watch things on TV don't like what someone says. They go to people's homes. Is it connected to the family? It could be, it couldn't be. Could it be connected from the church? Is she generous and does she give money? You know, are people following her? There's so many things that can be at play here, and hopefully the fact that Savannah Guthrie is a high-profile people, that this will get more attention, and perhaps the sheriff or the officer was appealing to the public, or even the captor, if you will, by mentioning the medication. And like without that medication, it could be, and I'm paraphrasing here, doom and gloom. So they have to look at every single angle, and they're doing everything they can. And I'm hopeful that this will end up in a positive way, hopefully.
Yeah, we sure all are, and all of our thoughts and prayers go with the Guthrie family and Savannah specifically, as we can only imagine what they're going through. Nancy Guthrie, 84-year-old, missing in Arizona. If you know anything or see anything, or you're watching this and something clicks, especially if you live in that area, don't hesitate to call law enforcement. They're asking for the public's help. There's the number on your screen. We'll get a break. When we come back, we'll go to New Jersey, the Paul Canero case. Also, notice the clock is back ticking. In the case against Brendan Banfield, the jury has finished their lunch. They're back deliberating. We're on verdict watch.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. The jury back at it in Virginia. In the case against Brendan Banfield, there's a live look inside the courtroom. 5 hours, 53 minutes and counting. Their deliberations over 2 days. They worked for about 3 hours on Friday before having the weekend off. Returned at 10 a.m. this morning. They finished their lunch and are now back working. If there is a question or a verdict, of course, we will immediately head to Virginia. We'll also be checking in with our Kelly Craft this afternoon as the jury continues to work. Meantime, while we wait, going back to New Jersey in the mansion murder trial. This is Paul Canero, the defendant. He's accused of killing his brother and his brother's entire family, including 2 young children, stabbing them to death, then trying to cover it up by setting their home on fire, then going home and setting his home on fire so that he might also look like a victim. This according to prosecutors. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We're going to pick up our testimony from Allison Lane with the New Jersey State Police Forensic Unit.
That portion that you forwarded it, was that 28-1?
Yes.
Lastly, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S416, S447, and S449, and that was your counsel. Now, were any items resubmitted to the lab for testing on June 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And what were those items?
There was item number 6 and item number 8 from laboratory case number C18-10138.
All right, I'm going to ask if you could look at S416 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the laboratory receipt for C18-10138, dated June 7th of 2023.
Okay, and what are the items listed on there?
Item 6 and item 8.
Okay, and in particular, you know what, let me ask you this. If you can look at S447, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated June 27th, 2023.
And finally, S449, what is that?
These are the laboratory case notes that I generated for the testing dated 6/26/23, which correlates to the 6/27/23 report.
Okay, now on your report, what are items 6 and 8?
Swabs from the scene.
Okay, are they swabs in particular from the blade of a knife?
Yes.
Okay, and are those the swabs that were not initially tested from that blade that you discussed earlier?
They were the swabs that I did not initially forward to DNA.
Understood, okay. And was it agreed that those would be retested or re-forwarded?
It was agreed that they would be submitted to DNA.
What did you do with item 6?
I cut a portion of the swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
And did that become 6-1?
Yes.
And then how about item 8? What did you do with that?
I cut a portion of that swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
Thank you. I'll just put these away. Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay. Cross.
So, okay, what you were doing in this case obviously was cataloging a lot of evidence that you were getting in from the prosecutor's office, correct?
I was analyzing the evidence for potential biological fluids.
And specifically, you were looking in a lot of cases here for blood, right?
Yes.
And obviously, this is a screening tool that the lab uses to determine if there's biological materials on an item and if further testing is warranted, right?
Yes.
Now, the presence of blood would not be enough, obviously, to indicate that a particular individual touched an item, correct?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure. This process that you're talking about is called serology, right?
Yes.
And serology is the determination of whether biological material is on an item, correct?
Yes.
And the biological material we're talking about could be blood, but it could also be saliva or things like that, right?
Correct. It depends.
Go ahead.
The tests that I perform in the laboratory are specific to the body fluid that I'm analyzing that evidence for.
Okay. Because the different tests produce, they have different reagents that do different things on the item, correct?
Yes.
Because there's different chemicals in saliva than, say, there is in blood, right?
That we're testing for, yes.
Right. Now, these are obviously, we should say, presumptive tests, right?
Correct.
These are not confirmatory tests.
Correct.
Now, the difference between a presumptive test and a confirmatory test is that a confirmatory test confirms that the substance is in fact blood or saliva or whatever the case may be, right?
Yes.
But a presumptive test just means that we can presume it is that substance, but we don't know with certainty.
Correct.
And we don't know with certainty because there is a certain amount of false positives that we could get from a presumptive test.
Correct.
And so when we talk about something like blood, for example, we could get a false positive because of other chemicals that are present on an item of evidence, correct?
Yes.
And certain other organic material like plants and whatnot could create a false positive for blood.
Yes.
And also, we wouldn't be able to distinguish animal blood from human blood in a presumptive test. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, obviously...
All right, let's get a break. When we come back, we'll head back to New Jersey. Plus, 6 hours and counting. Just hit the 6-hour mark. The jury in the Banfield case. We're on Verdict Watch. Don't go anywhere. Back after this.
Tragic murder of Keith Canero and his entire family.
This one is the most brutal case that I've seen in my experience here.
The Mansion Murders Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, a widow who wrote a children's book on grief stands accused of poisoning her husband. We have key takeaways from today's big hearing in the case against Corey Richins.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
As we wait for the Banfield jury, a question or a verdict, we're in New Jersey today, day 12 of testimony. It's the murder trial for Paul Canero. He's charged in connection to the 2018 murders of his brother Keith and Keith's wife Jennifer and their 2 children, 8-year-old Sophia and 11-year-old Jesse. Both of those kids stabbed to death by their uncle, according to the state. Let's go back into the courtroom now for more testimony from the DNA expert.
Obviously, we could from these tests determine that there's a presumption that blood is on certain items, but the serology itself doesn't tell us whose blood it is.
Correct.
So it can't tell us, for example, if we're looking at something we presume to be blood, it can't tell us when the blood was deposited on an item, right?
Correct.
It can't tell us how long it's been on the item.
Correct.
It can't tell us how it got on the item.
Correct.
It can't tell us who deposited it on the item.
Correct.
And so it really doesn't tell us, it tells us something about a chemical reaction that you observe based on applying these reagents to the item. But it doesn't really tell us anything as far as a story of how that presumptive material got to be on the item in the first place, does it?
Correct.
And so it also doesn't really tell us anything about an individual. So when we compare this to something like DNA testing, we see that DNA testing is more of an attempt to determine whether we can infer whether an individual person may have been a contributor to the DNA on an item of evidence, correct?
I do not do the DNA analysis, so I cannot speak to how they report out on their results.
Okay, well, let me rephrase that. Obviously, I think that in terms of DNA analysis versus serology is kind of broader in the sense that what we get as far as results are blood in general, but not a conclusion about a particular person's blood. Nonetheless, though, I think, and you mentioned some of this during your direct testimony, there's obviously environmental factors that can impact the ability to collect in the presence of biological material on an item, right?
Yes.
Like if an item got wet, that could interfere or play a part in one's ability to collect biological material from it, right?
Yes.
If an item got burnt, that could interfere with one's ability to collect biological material from it.
Yes.
If there was cleaning or attempted cleaning of an item prior to it arriving at your laboratory, that could impact your ability to obtain results.
Yes.
These factors obviously can weaken or alter the reactions that you would see when you perform those reagent tests, correct?
They can, yes.
Now, handling of evidence can also affect potential results that you would otherwise get. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That multiple handlers can increase the risk of contamination on an item?
It's possible, yes, but if what I'm looking for is potential blood on a lot of this, those people would have to be bleeding to actually put their potential blood on the item.
Well, let's say that they don't have to be bleeding necessarily, because obviously biological materials can be transferred from item to item indirectly, right?
It's possible, yes.
Like through contact either with another person or another object, biological materials can be transferred to that other object, right?
Yes.
And that's a concept that exists in serology, and it exists in more broadly forensic testing like DNA, right?
It does, yes.
Like that there's this idea of what I believe you call transfer, right?
I didn't mention transfer, but yes, it exists.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say you did. What I meant was in your profession, in your field, in forensics, there's an idea that is referred to as transfer.
Yes.
And transfer is about how biological material goes from one item to another item without the actual source of that biological material touching that second item, right?
That is one use of transfer, yes.
And I think that's what's referred to as secondary transfer.
I believe yes.
Okay, so like if I was to, let's say, shake hands with you and my skin cells get onto your hand and then you touch the Bible and my skin cells get onto the Bible, that's an example of secondary transfer, right?
Correct.
Now, I never touched the Bible, but because I touched your hand and your hand touched the Bible, my skin cells got onto the Bible.
Potentially yes.
So, one of the ideas I think that's supported then by this concept of transfer is that my biological material can get onto an item which I never touched because it got on there through means other than me actually touching it.
Possible, yes.
You're going through these items, seeing what you can find as presumptive results, and from there, there's a determination of what can or should move on for genetic testing. Is that accurate or no?
For DNA testing, yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, you followed all laboratory protocols in this case.
Yes.
And those protocols, you mentioned some of them, they include being gloved at all times when you're handling an item of evidence.
Yes.
They include a hairnet.
Yes.
They include a post-cleaning of the entire work surface and area.
Yes.
With chemicals like bleach.
Yes.
And that's to kill any biological material or eliminate any biological material that was otherwise on those surfaces.
Yes.
And obviously, when you're working on something, you're working on only a single item of evidence.
All right, testimony there from New Jersey. We'll get a break. When we come back, we'll head to Virginia. The jury back at it. We're going to check in with R. Kelly Craft. Case against Brendan Banfield.
Laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
Did you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That is absolutely crazy.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. It is day 2 of deliberations for Brendan Banfield's double murder trial. The jury has been deliberating for about 6 hours and 16 minutes. They just got back from a pretty nice hour-long lunch. Prosecutors say that Banfield killed his wife, Christine, and another man, Joseph Ryan, as part of a plan to run off with his mistress, the family's au pair. But the defendant claims that he played no part in that catfishing murder plan. Joining us live from outside that courthouse is Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft. Kelly, great to see you. Of course, there are 2 victims in this case, the wife, Christine Banfield, also that stranger, Joseph Ryan. Now, Ryan's mother recently spoke out about the trial. Now, he's a person we haven't spent a lot of time on. What did she have to say?
Nice to see you, Michael. So she did have a lot to share with a local station here in town, WUSA 9, went down to Florida and they interviewed her. She has not been here inside the courtroom. Her sister, however, Joseph Ryan's aunt, has been. So the local station went down to interview her, and she really shared a lot of details about her son because we haven't heard a lot about her son in this particular situation. And she talked about his background and things that he liked in regard to preferences in his life and things she would talk about with her son. Why don't we go ahead and play a little bit of that interview from WUSA 9.
Talk to me in the way you're most comfortable about what his role was when it came to sexual fetish websites. Did he ever talk to you about involvement in websites like that?
Yes. This was kind of out of character, right? Not that he brought a knife, but the idea of actually cutting a woman. Like, he could bring a knife and you just sort of play.
So his mother there talking about that these were some of his preferences. We did see some of the messages that indicated that he had cut using a razor blade before with his ex. But again, nothing dramatic in regard to that. He did mention in the exchanges that the ex had to go to the emergency room, but it was just a really quick situation for her. But mother just talking about them and her relationship with her son. I know we have some more of that interview we're going to be playing a little bit later on, but I can tell you we're in and out of the Fairfax County Courthouse today and inside, right outside the courtroom. So they really have kept the doors locked, so no one can be going inside the courtroom. Of course, some of our crew were able to go in because we're filming the trial. But outside, there's just some people, a lot of people from the media waiting to see what's going to happen here. A lot of the family members also just walking around on the 5th floor of the courthouse. So just a lot of people anxiously awaiting to see what the jurors are going to be doing in this case, Michael.
Yeah, and as far as the jurors are concerned, I'm a little bit surprised. No movement at all from that jury room is my understanding. What do you think some of the key points are that they could be debating at this point?
Michael, you know, defense counsel, as well as the prosecutor, gave jurors a lot to think about, in particular in the closing arguments. Defense counsel went longer than the prosecutor, and he was talking about this idea by the prosecutor that the scene was manipulated by Brendan Banfield, the defendant in this case. Well, defense counsel had something to say about that in his close. Let's listen to what he had to say.
It was only after he was told that his wife had died and the emotions that come from that, where he was blowing his nose and wiping his eyes and doing all those things, it was offered for him to wash his hands. But that appears to be some sort of a horrible thing that this officer allowed him to do, and it was even an insinuation that my client was trying to cover something up. This was 45 minutes later. It wasn't as though he went into the bathroom and did it right there after being removed from rendering aid. Brendan's DNA does not show up anywhere on Joe Ryan, which is consistent with what he told you, which is that he never touched Joe Ryan. There's no indication that there was any sort of movement, and frankly, what's the possibility, I guess I'll use the same word, that a 185-pound man would have been moved if he was otherwise dead? It's not an easy task. And Brendan Banfield's an athletic guy, but I don't think he's up to moving 200 pounds in that sort of way. So that's an absolute red herring in this.
So defense counsel really giving jurors a lot to think about, saying his client's DNA, not on Joseph Ryan. Also that knife. We have seen images of the knife that was used to stab Christine Banfield. His client's DNA not on that knife either. Those are some of the things that defense counsel left the jurors with on Friday during those closing arguments, telling them at times, he even apologized to them at a few points during his closing argument, Michael, saying to them, I'm sorry that a lot of the witnesses that I had were excruciating to listen to, and he got a chuckle out of some of the jurors when he said that, because they agreed. We often at times saw some of the jurors yawning throughout some of the witness testimony from the defense's case, and so he apologized to them. It was so long, but he urged them to take a look at everything, because he says the prosecution's theory just doesn't add up.
Yeah, it was certainly the right way to go, for sure. All right, Kelly, thank you so much for that report, as always. Truly appreciate it. Folks, I want to welcome in our guest for this hour to discuss. Criminal defense attorney Juliana Nieves is here. Juliana, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me today. Now, we're at, what, 6 hours, 22 minutes? So, this was a good, 2-week trial, 6 hours in the general scheme of things, not that much. And we've been sort of spoiled with some quick verdicts. I thought this might be a bit of a quick verdict based on some of his testimony on the stand. What do you think this jury might be dealing with in that jury room?
Sure. Good morning. I think the first thing is that we received a lot of evidence in this case. I mean, there were hundreds of exhibits that I think that they're parsing through right now. And then it's weighing the credibility of, Juliana in terms of what she had to say regarding the relationship, regarding the participation, the plan that Brendan hatched out, and how that holds up against Brendan's testimony. This is a case where we actually got to hear from the accused. And, he went into great detail about his day and, the thoughts he had as he was going up the stairs and the actions that he took. I think the jury is really just taking their time and weighing each person's testimony in light of what the prosecution is asking them to do. It's a heavy ask. But, there were holes that the prosecution was able to push into Brendan's testimony that I think is probably going to result in us seeing a verdict coming in pretty soon.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, but I wondered from the beginning, one of the things that the state said in their opening statement was, and it was touched on by Kelly, talking about the manipulation of the crime scene. They also put a lot of emphasis on the blood evidence, saying blood doesn't lie. I didn't think they delivered on either of those, that actually happened. I didn't think it was clear that he manipulated the scene, or that the blood that was found on him suggests that he did this and that this was murder. Do you think that could be problematic for the state? The fact that they put a lot of eggs in those baskets, and I'm not sure they got there quite with their case.
I agree with you. I think that this was a pretty gruesome and messy crime scene all in all, right? And we're not dealing with a situation where Brendan says that he didn't pull a trigger and he didn't touch the bodies and he didn't manipulate anything in there. I mean, he was enmeshed in the crime scene. He admits that he did shoot this person. And so, the fact that whether he's got blood on him or, whether there's traces of blood spatter here and there, I mean, I don't think that that's the prosecution's strongest case. I think the strength of their argument lies on the plan that was hatched ahead of time, her pattern in life as it came to her involvement in fetishes, and the fact that his daughter was in the home and he carries on with this going upstairs, knowing that his child is in the house. Those are things that I really think contribute to where the jury will take this, not so much the blood.
Do you think at this point, it really is going to boil down to Juliana versus Brendan, that they both took the stand, a lot of this other stuff, and I thought that the defense did a pretty good job with their forensic specialist, and also talking about the fact that the police sort of had tunnel vision, got rid of the lead investigator and the lead forensic investigator as well, which I found to be pretty significant under the circumstances. They wouldn't toe the party line, whether that line was right or not. Do you think, though, all that kind of goes by the wayside now that we have both parties taking the stand, Juliana, Brendan, and they're really going to sort of sort through those two and figure out who they believe and who they don't?
I think it definitely comes down to that. He tried to undermine the relationship between him and Juliana, even though she moved into the bedroom shortly after the murder that occurred in there. The love letters that were going back and forth, the way he addressed the situation with the daughter that I mentioned before. And then this story about, what he was doing that morning and going to give this presentation at work. And then the prosecution bringing in this rebuttal witness to say, he never even had a meeting at work. And so I think the jury is really going to think about those things and whether or not the story that's being told makes sense from one or the other. And I think that they're probably going to land on the fact that Juliana doesn't really have an incentive at this point. She received a plea, but if the whole argument was that they were both innocent, then why take the deal? Right. And so she takes this deal for manslaughter and offers her testimony. And the testimony, is fairly credible. I mean, I think that Brendan is the one in this case that has the sophistication and the law enforcement experience to hatch the kind of plan and scheme that she laid out in her testimony.
Yeah, fair enough. I can tell you, I didn't find her terribly credible. And I think she had a lot to lose. And I think the way she was dealing with being arrested and being in prison, the depression, all the letters going back and forth, I thought there was a lot of reason to doubt what she was saying. But again, once he took the stand, I think all that went out the window because, like you said, he just wasn't credible. All right, Joanna, stand by. I want to move now to some breaking news that's happening in Arizona. You probably heard about this. The 84-year-old mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie is reported missing. Police are investigating that disappearance as a crime now. Now, Nancy Guthrie, was reported missing on Sunday. A massive search is now underway in the Catalina foothills area just north of Tucson. Police are asking neighbors to check their video cameras and report anything that they see. The Pima County Sheriff say that Nancy Guthrie cannot walk more than 50 yards by herself. And she has no cognitive issues, however. So here's more from that statement from the sheriff today.
As I said yesterday, we saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help.
Now, Nancy Guthrie is described as a white female. She's approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing about 150 pounds. She has brown hair, blue eyes. Now, it was unknown what clothing she might be wearing. Court TV's Matt Johnson is going to join us next hour with a live update on what's happening in that case. And I can tell you all our hearts, and prayers go out to Savannah, a former colleague here at Court TV. We were together at Court TV a long time ago for a very short time. Wonderful person. So I hope things work out well in that situation. When I bring back in my guest, criminal defense attorney Joanna Nieves. Joanna, at this point, it feels like something's wrong here. Now, one of the things that he talked about, the first thing that my mind went to, that this was some sort of targeted attack, right? If you go in with a woman who's 50, who can't move around very well, you have to know that, and you have to have plans to remove her from that residence and take her somewhere else. You can't just on the fly kind of figure out, oh, well, let's just take her. So this is one of those things where it's a little scary. What do you think they're doing now, right now, the best thing that they're doing to try to find her?
Well, definitely checking the neighborhood, checking cameras, getting people involved in searches, asking around to see what her last known communications were, checking through email communications to see if there's any indication of whether this was actually a targeted attack. Does it have anything to do with Savannah's being a known personality, or is it something unrelated, like some sort of target on an elderly person for other financial motives? And so I think it really is kind of digging into her financials, her relationships, and even her daughter's relationships.
Here's the other thing that scares me about this is that the sheriff did say that initially, as they went in, they looked at it as kind of a missing persons. I guess folks from church she didn't show up to church, so they called the family. The family then called the sheriff. They went to the place, and they said something that they saw in that apartment led them to believe that it was a crime scene. That is very, very disturbing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary situation. I mean, especially hearing that, she has to take daily medication. She's not very mobile to, go anywhere on her own or get very far on her own. But that she's really sharp. This isn't a situation where I'm hearing that, she's got incapacitations or mental deficiencies that, maybe she's suffering from dementia and she went wandering and she's found out on a road somewhere. No, this sounds like, she's very mentally capable, has a support system that realizes right away that she's missing. And, there's, I don't know if things were just messy in the home, things toppled over, forced entry. We don't know yet what gave them the inkling that this was, there's foul play involved. But, it is a scary situation, and I'm hopeful that they find her soon.
Yeah, and again, the fear is that it was a targeted attack in some way. When asked about whether they had been threats to Savannah or her mother, they didn't respond. They didn't tell us what the answer to that question was. One, again, can only hope that they find her, and our thoughts and prayers certainly go out to the family. All right, Joanna, stand by. I want to take a quick break now, folks. Coming up, we're going to turn back to New Jersey for more testimony from the Mansion murders trial for Paul Canero. The jury is hearing testimony on that DNA collected and analyzed from the crime scene. Keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
An affair with the family's au pair lead to double murder.
I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her.
It's a case of sex, lies, and deadly deception.
The Au Pair Affair murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, a widow who wrote a children's book on grief stands accused of poisoning her husband. We have key takeaways from today's big hearing in the case against Corey Richards.
Closing arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
We determined as a team that that fire took place in the early hours of that day on the 20th. Remained in that compartment for some time before that compartment actually decayed and submitted and allowed more oxygen to be introduced and have that fire grow out. Actual cause of the fire we determined to be incendiary.
What is incendiary?
Incendiary means there is flame introduction, ignitable fire in an area where there shouldn't be, or in a manner where there shouldn't actually take place. So it's basically purposely set.
Welcome back, folks. Today we're bringing you testimony from New Jersey for that murder trial against Paul Canero. Prosecutors say that Canero shot and killed his brother and his brother's wife. He's also accused of stabbing to death the couple's 2 young children and then setting both their homes on fire back in 2018 to make it seem like it was some sort of a targeted attack on both of them. Now, on the stand is a DNA analyst. His name is Krista Shimkoviak. So let's go back into court for more of his testimony on direct.
Items 1 through 4 were reference materials. Item 1 was a reference material for Jennifer Canero. Item 2 was a reference material for Jesse Canero. Item 3 was a reference material for Sophia Canero. And item 4 was a reference item for Keith Canero.
Okay, and were DNA profiles developed for each of the 4 individuals?
They were.
And was that for comparison purposes?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S477. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
S477 is what is called a DNA worksheet for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay, and then does it list each individual on there as number 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Correct. It contains items 1 through 4, which were those reference materials I just described.
So Jennifer is what number?
Jennifer is number 1.
Who's 2?
Jesse Canero.
3.
Keith Canero. Sophia Canero.
And 4.
Keith Canero.
So when you developed the profiles for each of the 4 victims, did you essentially have to develop electrophorograms?
That's correct.
For each of them? I'd like to use this just as an example. I'm not going to do this for each item, but I'm going to show you what's been marked as S478. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
S478 is 2 pages. It is an electrophoregram for item number 3, case number C18-10138.
So is that Sophia Canero's electrophoregram?
That's correct.
So essentially that is her DNA profile?
Correct.
Judge, permission to publish?
Any objection?
No.
Okay, you can.
Thank you. Can we put that table, please? Okay. Sir, what you see on the screen here, can you just explain to us what we're looking at? Maybe it'll help just to see it. You explained an electrophoregram before, but just to see it in context.
Yeah, so this is the first page of the electrophoregram. I don't know if you guys can necessarily see these dark banners at the top, if you can see the writing.
Sir, what we're going to do is, I don't mean to cut you off, we're going to give you a stylus, and you can use that. Yeah.
So, I just touch it, or?
Yeah.
Is that working? Okay. Oops.
You can do it on the side button.
So if you look,
It's right over here, one of the side buttons. You can do it. Yeah. Thank you.
Technology, guys. Okay, so we're zoomed in right now. So if you see this top banner up here.
Just do it on your screen, because if you try to do it.
I am, it's just not, I can't tell if it's doing anything. Okay. So right where I put that little hash mark, that top banner going across that page, which they're kind of shaded out, is all the different locations that I'm testing. So these are just representative of the first grouping of locations. So these are those different loci that, or locus, singular, that I'm testing to generate a DNA profile. If you go below that, you'll see a peak with numbers underneath of it. So there's a peak there, and then there's numbers under here. That first one technically isn't a number. That's called a melogenin. That's the sex-determining chromosome. So XX would be female, XY would be male. So you see one single X here, technically two X's because she got an X from each parent. So that this profile is female. If you move to that next location, you can see there's a 15 here. So this is a location where someone has 15 repeats from each parent. Next location.
Can I just ask you, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, why is there only one peak there if we get two alleles from each parent?
Yeah, so you get two alleles from each parent, but they are common alleles. There's a range of only potential numbers you can get at a particular location, like from 11 to 20. So you could share the same allele from each parent, so it's just only going to be represented one time. In a table format, I would write this down as a 15-15, but it's only given one signal because only a 15 repeat was observed at this location. So there's a single allele here representing both from each parent. That next location, you can see there's actually two, so they got a 16 from one parent and a 17.3 from the other parent. So what you see here as you go across, there's a set of peaks that represent your DNA profile at a particular location. And when I interpret this profile, I put it into a table format saying at one particular location, that first one, you're 15-15, that second one, you're 16-17.3, and going and so forth across every location. I just notate those numbers in this single source profile.
Thank you. Now, if there was another contributor here, what would you expect to see?
I'll try to draw this in for you towards the other end of the table or electrophotogram. You would see potentially 4 peaks, maybe 3 peaks. So I would expect to see a third peak somewhere in this profile, if not at multiple locations, to indicate the presence of another contributor.
Okay. But just to be clear, this is Sophia Canero's single source for her profile.
Correct.
Thank you. Judge, can we preserve this?
Sure. This is 478.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to draw them back in?
If you can,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
So, there.
It has to be exact.
Okay, I'm sorry
No,
about
I'm just
that.
kidding. I know what you mean.
Really mostly what was important. Sorry about that.
All right, we're going to 478.1.
Thank you. Down.
Now you can undo it.
Yes or no?
Yes, you're good. Thank you.
I'm going to show you, you mentioned an allele table.
Yes.
So that electrophotogram, the DNA profile on there, does that get converted over into an allele table?
That's correct.
Does that just make it easier to look at, essentially?
Yes, it makes it easier to look at and then to compare profiles from evidentiary to reference materials.
I'm showing counsel S479.
All right, we're going to step aside, folks, here and take a break. When we come back, we'll have more from that DNA expert. And eventually, he's going to tie Sophia's blood at the scene to pieces of clothing belonging to the defendant. Keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. I'm going to get you back to testimony in the Mansion murders trial for Paul Canero in just a moment. But first, again, we are on verdict watch in the Au Pair Affair double murder trial for Brendan Banfield. The jury has been deliberating now for 6 hours, 49 minutes. We're looking at a live look at the seal there in that courtroom. Again, Banfield is accused of killing his wife, Christine, and another man, Joseph Ryan, so that he could continue an affair with the family's au pair, Juliana Magalhaes. Magalhaes, she did plead guilty to manslaughter in the case because she did shoot the guy as well. She testified against Banfield in the trial, saying that Banfield came up with the plan to pose as his wife on a fetish dating website to lure Ryan to their home so that he could frame Ryan for Christine's murder. All right, now we're going to keep a close eye on that courtroom, of course, and when that jury comes back with a verdict or even a question, we're going to bring that to you live. So, again, stay with us for that. Right now, I want to take you back to New Jersey for more testimony in the Mansion murders trial for defendant Paul Canero. Canero is accused of killing his brother Keith, Keith's wife, and their 2 children, and then setting their mansion on fire in an attempt to cover up the crime. Prosecutors say that days before he was killed, Keith had discovered that Paul was stealing from the family business, and he had threatened to cut off his salary. Now, in court right now, there's a forensic DNA analyst. He's going over how investigators matched DNA found on a knife to one of the victims.
I'm going to ask if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
So S479 is the allele table I generated for case number C18-10139 or references 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So is Sophia Canero's allele table listed under number 3 there?
Yes, her profile's under number 3.
Okay, and just for pedagogical purposes, Judge, permission to publish this. S479.
Smart?
No, Judge.
Okay, you can.
You just did not know that. Okay. So if you could point out to us where you see Sophia's allele chart. Okay. Now, do you see where it says on the side there's like a row under specimen numbers?
Yes.
Are each of those a locus?
Yes.
Okay, so each of those represents a location on that small percentage of DNA that differs among all of us. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so now at the first locus, how do you say that?
Melagena.
Okay, what is Sophia?
An XX.
And is that mean she's a female?
Correct.
Okay, so for example, if we look over at victim 4, which is Jesse, he's what?
An XY.
And that would represent what?
Male.
Okay. And just to, if you could explain, just to, where we look at D3S1358, that locus, what is Sophia?
1515.
Okay, and it's essentially, you go down the line, is that right?
Correct.
Now, I want to keep this up, but if we could go back to your report. Can you please go through, we went through numbers 1 through 4. What are the rest of the items on there?
Can I refer to my report? That's fine.
You can. Just the one,
Thank you. Item 5-1 was a portion of a swab of a handle from a knife. Item 7-1 was a portion of a swab of a handle from a knife. Item 9-1-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of a knife. Item 9-2-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of the knife. Item 9-3-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of a knife. Item 9-4-1 was a portion from swabbing from a handle of knife.
Now, items 1 through 4, the reference samples, next to that where it says comments, what does it say under those comments for each of them?
Results obtained.
Okay. And then what about item 5-1, the swab of the handle from knife? What is the comment there?
Results obtained.
Okay. What does that mean, results obtained?
That means I got some kind of data, some kind of profile for that item.
Okay. Now, when you have results obtained, it doesn't necessarily mean you're able to make any comparisons, right?
Correct.
But you got some DNA from it?
Correct.
Now, items 7-1 through all of the 9s, what does it say under comments?
No results.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means I generated no DNA profile for these items.
Okay, so aside from the 4 victims' buckle swab or FTA cards, the only results you got were from item 5-1, the portion of the handle from the knife. Is that right?
Correct.
Was there an allele chart created for that? That evidentiary sample 5-1?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, did you have to, obviously, your work, did that culminate in an electrophotogram?
It did.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S480. I'm showing you what's been marked as S480. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
S480 is the allele table I generated for item 5-1 for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay. So if you could, can you explain to us, let me ask you this first. When you generated your profile or the profile on 5-1, what did you do with it after that profile was generated? So in other words, after you had your electrophotogram?
So once I had my electrophotogram, I determined, was there DNA present? The number of contributors, is this single source or mixture? Is this profile interpretable?
Okay, and was it?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, comparisons did you do?
So I took the profile generated from 5-1 and compared it to any reference material that was available for this case.
Okay, so just to be clear, you compared that profile from 5-1 to Jennifer Canero's profile?
Correct.
And each and every of the 4 victims, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what, if any, conclusions did you make?
Yes, I'm going to refer to my report if that's fine.
Okay, just tell us the number.
Yes, so for State Exhibit 476, with regards to item 5-1, my conclusion was that the STR DNA profile of Sophia Canero matches the STR DNA profile from item 5-1. The calculated frequency of the STR DNA profile is 1 in at least 726 million for randomly selected unrelated individuals. I also concluded that Jennifer Canero, Jesse Canero, and Keith Canero are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA as possible contributors to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 5-1.
Can you, by using this allele table, can you explain how you would exclude somebody from the profile on the evidentiary sample?
Yes. So what I do is I will look at the evidence profile, which you can see that's displayed up here. So for example, if you look at this second location, that is D3 S1358, item 1 was a 1517. And the reported profile for item 5-1 was at 1515. In a single source sample, I only need one of these numbers to differ to exclude. So in the case of the evidence at the 1515, that reference has that 17, so it's not consistent with that individual location. And I do that at every location that I generated a profile to see how they match or don't match to determine if they include or exclude. Now, on the other side of that, if someone matches, you can see that in reference number 3, I have a 1515 for that type, and my evidentiary sample is at 1515. So at this location, they're matching. And then I would go down to the rest of the developed profile to see how they match or do not match.
You know, I'm going to leave that with you just to conclude, on this particular, on your report, you included, your conclusion was you included Sophia Canero on 5-1.
Yes.
And you gave a random match probability of 1 in at least 726 million?
Correct.
I'm going to take that back from you just to keep everything together. Sorry.
All of them?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, so little Sophia's blood found on that item, which I believe was the knife in this case, and we do know that she was stabbed multiple times. So we'll take a break here. More testimony in the murder trial for Paul Canero when we return.
Tragic murder of Keith Canero and his entire family.
This one is the most brutal case that I've seen in my experience here.
The Mansion Murders Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, a widow who wrote a children's book on grief stands accused of poisoning her husband. We have key takeaways from today's big hearing in the case against Corey Richins.
Closing arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
Paul, just give me the login so I can see where the money went. Take it on your computer and tell me where the money went. Paul, somebody else could read it to you there. I need to know where that money went. Look a little while, Paul. And I understand you're saying you need to wake the up, Paul.
All right, so that was allegedly the phone call that precipitated Paul Canero's murderous intent in this case. Before I get you back into court, I want to bring in our guest. Still with us here is trial attorney Juliana. Joanna, I wanted to ask you, In this particular case, we're hearing about blood evidence. There's plenty of blood evidence. Eventually, the blood of the victims, at least Sophia and Jesse, found on his jeans in a bag at his house. But one thing that the defense said in their opening statement was the blood evidence is not as it seems. So I want to ask you, as a defense attorney, how do you go about attacking DNA evidence or blood evidence in a case like this?
So we're definitely going to want to know, what's the location of the blood? What type of encounters did he have with the children? Was there any situation where he was with the kids where they may have been bleeding? Was this blood soaked into the jeans? Was it smeared? Or were these just spatters of blood? Are they on an upper pocket or are they like down on his legs? So many details are going to matter for the defense as they're attacking how the strength of this evidence, which, has yet to be presented. And also just like this is where the DNA analyst is right now. Are these mixed samples or is this a single contributor sample? Did Paul wear these clothes on another occasion? Is it possible that this is secondary transfer from something? So I think that there's a lot of questions that the defense is going to ask during cross-examination to hopefully support that claim that they're making. But as of right now, I think what the prosecution is laying out and the DNA analyst is doing a really good job is how the DNA evidence work, especially since jurors are so used to seeing this kind of evidence on the shows that they watch. They really do find it compelling, but it's really important for it to be delivered in a digestible way for them to understand what's being said.
Yeah, absolutely. They want it, and in this case, they certainly are going to get it. So that makes it really tough for the defense. Joanna, stand by. I want to get folks back into court now. On the stand is the DNA analyst for the state. And again, he's still on direct examination by the state.
Starting with S481, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
481 is a two-page copy of the report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139. It's dated 11/27/2018.
And do you recognize S411?
I do.
And what is that?
S411 is the evidence receipt. It is 2 pages for case number C18-10139. That is dated as received 11/23/18.
We can take this off the screen. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask if you could look at your report, item 1-1-1. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that?
That's a portion of a swabbing of a glove.
And what does that correspond to on the evidence receipt?
Item number 1.
What is that?
Item number 1 is a burnt nitrile glove, black.
Okay. And were any results obtained?
Yes.
Can you explain?
With regards to item 1-1-1, the STR DNA profile was not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What does that mean?
So the data, the profile generated didn't meet the laboratory's procedures, protocols to do a comparison, so I was not able to make any conclusions to anyone's contribution to that profile.
Okay, if we could go to item 2-1. What is that?
That is a portion of a swab from the left side of front door frame.
What does that correspond to on the evidence receipt?
Item number 2.
And is that essentially the same description?
Yes, it is.
Okay, were results obtained?
Yes, they were.
And what were those?
With regards to 2-1, Jennifer Canero, Jesse Canero, Sophia Canero, and Keith Canero are excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
Now, does this end up coming back to firefighter Sean Edson later in another report? And if you're not sure, I'll show you that report later.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
The suspense, okay. Item 3-1, what is that?
3-1 is a portion of the swab of foyer wall.
And what does that correspond to in the evidence receipt?
Item 3 with the same description.
Okay, any results?
Yes, results were obtained.
Okay, what were those?
For item 3-1, Jennifer Canero, Jesse Canero, Sophia Canero, and Keith Canero are excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile from item 3-1.
What is the next item that you have on your report that you tested?
6-1-1-1. That is a portion of the staining of a front left thigh area of jeans.
Now, on evidence receipt, does that correspond to item 6?
It does.
Okay, and that just says 1 paper bag of chart articles.
Correct.
Now, all of your number 6s are going to correspond to what was in that bag, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, they'll just have sub numbers for each item that was in the bag?
Correct.
So 6111 is the portion of the staining of the jeans that you just read, is that right?
Correct.
What, if any, results were obtained?
With regards to 6-1-1-1, the STR DNA profile obtained is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
The next item is what?
6-1-2-1.
And what is that?
That's a portion staining of front left shin area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what were those results?
With regards to 6-1-2-1, Sophia Canero is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained.
Okay, now I see that there's no statistic there, is that correct?
There's no statistic directly under this conclusion statement. It is covered by a footer at the end of the report.
And again, why is that?
So with regards to source attribution, I have to cross the statistic of 1 in 7 trillion, and that's always going to be the same number. So we just have that listed as a footer at the bottom of the report. Whenever a source is mentioned, it's referenced at the bottom of that report.
And here, are you identifying?
All right, so Sophia's blood found on the jeans of the defendant on the front left shin. All right, we're going to take a break here, folks. Coming up, we're going to get a live update on that search for the missing mother of today's show co-host, Savannah Guthrie. Court TV's Matt Johnson is following that case, and he's going to join us live right here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. It is a busy Monday here at Court TV. We're following several trials across the country. In Virginia, we're on verdict watch in the au pair affair murder trial for Brendan Banfield. The jury has been deliberating now for over 7 hours. And in Ohio, a sentencing hearing is about to begin for a man who admits to shooting his ex-girlfriend to death. Zachary Gilbert took a plea deal last month and pled guilty to involuntary manslaughter in the death of Breanne Otley. We're going to bring you this sentencing hearing as soon as it begins. And in New Jersey, it is day 12 of the mansion murders trial of Paul Canero. He faces life in prison if convicted of killing 4 members of his family back in November of 2018. All right, we'll take you folks back into court right now for that Paul Canero trial. Remember, on the stand is that DNA analyst, and he just told the jury that Sophia's blood, one of the victims, the little girl, her blood, was found on the pants leg of the defendant.
And here, are you identifying Sophia Canero as the source?
That's correct.
What is the next item?
6-1-3-1. That was a portion staining a front right thigh area of jeans.
The results obtained.
They were.
And what were they?
With regards to 6-1-3-1, Sophia Canero is identified as the source of the STR profile obtained.
How about 6-1-4-1?
That is a staining of the front right shin area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what was the conclusion of that?
The STR profile obtained from 6-1-4-1 was not of sufficient quality or quantity for comparison purposes.
Okay, what is the next item listed?
6-1-5-1. That was a portion of staining of rear left calf area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what was the conclusion?
Sophia Canero is identified as the source of this STR DNA profile obtained from 6-1-5-1.
And again, just to be clear, no statistic is given because these have actually reached source attribution. Is that right?
The statistic is given, but it's in the footer of that report.
How about the next item? What is that?
6-1-6-1. That was a portion swapping of inside waistband of jeans.
Any results?
No results were obtained.
Now, what is the next item?
6-2-1-1. That's a portion staining of front right shoulder area of t-shirt.
Okay, any results?
Yes.
And what was that?
Jennifer Canero, Jesse Canero, Sophia Canero, and Keith Canero are excluded as a possible contributor to item 6-2-1-1.
Did your report mention anything about any further comparisons? Or anything being needed for further comparison?
Yes.
What is that?
So on page 2, I stated that no conclusions can be reached concerning another possible contributor to the STR DNA profiles obtained from the items examined without submission of a buccal swab reference.
I'm showing counsel it's been marked as S482 and S483. I'm going to show you the same. If we could start with S482, what is that, if you recognize it?
I do. S482 is the DNA worksheet I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139. It is item 20, and it's a reference sample from Paul Canero.
From Paul Canero?
Correct.
And what is the date on there? What is their date?
The date on my worksheet is 11/27/18.
Okay. S481, do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
All right, and do you recognize that?
S481 is the report I was just talking about for C18-10139 that was dated 11/27/2018.
Actually, I should ask you, what is item 20? What is that listed as?
So Item 20 was from State Exhibit 483, which was a report I generated for C18-10139. That report date is 11/29/2018, and that is for item 20, the DNA reference from Paul Canero.
Okay, are there any conclusions on that report made by you?
There are.
What is that?
Paul Canero is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from items 6-2-1-1 and 7-1-1. I also concluded that Paul Canero is excluded as a possible contributor to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 2-1 and 3-1.
Okay, now you indicated that Paul Canero was identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from 6-2-1-1. Can you just remind us, what is that?
So that is a match or a conclusion, and the statistic for that source attribution is when it reaches that threshold of 1 in 7 trillion.
But I mean, what item is that? Just to remind us, we've been going through the last. It's okay.
The item 6-2-1?
Yes.
That is the swab, the portion staining of front right shoulder area of the t-shirt.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S484. Show me, counsel. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
S484 is a copy of a report I generated for C18-10138. It's dated 11/29/2018.
Okay. And what, if any, conclusions do you make in that report?
I concluded that Paul Canero is excluded as a possible contributor to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 5-1.
Now, 5-1 was what you previously concluded or made conclusions as to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was specifically the handle of the knife. Is that right?
Correct.
If we could go back now and go through, finish the items on your report S481.
All right, I'm going to step away from New Jersey because I want to turn now to Arizona, where a massive search is underway for the missing 84-year-old mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie. The police say there's evidence of a crime at Nancy Guthrie's home, and she did not leave on her own. Let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson now. He's been following this for us. Matt, this one, again, former colleague here at Court TV, worked together for a while, so this one really has touched my heart. What do we know now? What's the latest?
And we don't know if she was targeted because of her association with her daughter, Savannah. Police are calling Savannah Guthrie's mother's home an active crime scene right now, and they're asking for the public's help with this disappearance. Here's what we know. The massive search effort underway in the Tucson area for Nancy Guthrie, who was last seen in the Catalina foothills area of Arizona Saturday night with family members. The 84-year-old was reported missing yesterday on Sunday after not showing up at church. Members of the search and rescue team, the K-9 units, homicide detectives, and police, people from the community, are part of this massive search effort. Right now, they are canvassing the community with drones and using dogs, and also using license plate technology, which they really wouldn't get into a lot of details about. The Pima County Sheriff updated the media earlier today. They said Nancy has physical limitations, but no cognitive issues. They don't think that she left on her own, and they do fear for her safety.
As I said yesterday, we saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help. She is very limited in her mobility, right? We know she didn't just walk out of there. That we know. There are other things at the scene that indicate there was she did not leave on her own.
Police have a tip line established. Let's put it on your screen. 520-351-4900. And they are actually having people go door to door, canvass that area, that neighborhood. I was looking at a graph that they're using right now at their command post when they were updating the media earlier, and they are expanding, getting wider and wider and wider. But right now they're saying that now that we're approaching the 48-hour mark in this critical investigation, that she could have crossed state lines.
Yeah, again, those first 48 hours, so important. I just have a sense the community is going to be important in this one as well. Have we heard anything from the family? What has been their reaction to this?
Yeah, and Savannah Guthrie, we know that she's boots on the ground there in Arizona, absent from the Today Show earlier today. The family and Savannah releasing this statement in quote part, "On behalf of our family, I want to thank everyone for the thoughts and prayers and messages of support. Right now, our focus remains on the safe return of our dear mom." Goes on to say, "We thank law enforcement for their hard work and on this case and encourage anyone with information to contact the Pima County Sheriff's Department, again at 520-351-4900. The former court TV correspondent, again, no stranger to true crime cases. She was a correspondent with the network for several years and giving updates on other cases. The Sheriff's Department saying that they are not sure if her celebrity is connected to the case. Take a listen.
Has Savannah Guthrie, has she had any threats to herself at all?
We've spoken to her. We'll continue to work with that. She has a security team that's been in touch with us throughout the night. But we're not going to dismiss any angles for sure. But right now, immediately, we don't know of anything like that.
And again, part of the urgency here is her health condition, right? No cognitive problems. She has trouble getting around, but she's also on critical medication, Michael. She has to take that medication within a 24-hour window. They didn't go into details as to what it's for or what it is, but that's really on everybody's minds right now.
Oh, God, this one's taking my breath away. All right, Matt Johnson, thank you so much for that update. What I want to do now is bring in probably one of the best guests you can have on this is criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice, or former law enforcement with the CIA, so well-versed in these types of things. The first thing that jumps out to me, Jack, and I want to get your thoughts on this, is they said things at the scene concerned us. It's not a great sentence when you're talking about a situation like this. What could they be talking about?
Oh, they could be talking about destruction of property, something that seems unusual, the idea of forced entry, if you're looking at doors, cut screens, anything like that, or worse, if you start seeing DNA, you start seeing blood, you start seeing other pieces about this, that makes you raise that additional concern. This could be potentially brutal. And Michael, as you described how this sort of hits you. I've spent a lot of time at NBC Studios myself over the years, right next to Savannah. And so I think back at that and I think about where she is in this space, being in this high profile and how that may play out here. They're going to be investigating that because at this point, if they don't have anything else, it seems more potentially connected to Savannah than it does to Nancy. And that's a terrible space to be in.
Yeah, exactly. I feel the same way, Jack, unfortunately. I said to Matt, you know, getting outside of that 48-hour window can be a bit problematic under these circumstances, but I truly believe they're going to catch these people. And I think if it does happen, it's going to be with the community's help. Do you agree?
Oh, without question. If you think about how you're addressing this, you mentioned it to Matt, which is that first 48 hours, as fast as humanly possible, because it's about speed. And it really is. If you think about this in the sense of concentric rings, the larger those rings get, the harder it is to really come in contact with somebody. I mean, just to give you an analogy to that, sometimes when you think about security, and I'm going back to CIA days, this idea of concentric rings, it's about having people getting inward if you're trying to get to a point, but it's also true about getting to a point in the broader sense, getting outward, and you're trying to control an environment. The more time you have, the harder it is to control it. The more time they have, the harder it is for them to hide and to be in multiple places rather than into a small geographic area.
Oh, boy. All right, Jack. Thank you so much for that and filling us in with that information. I want you to stand by, folks. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, we're going to turn to another case, the sentencing in the mother of three shot to death case. That's getting underway in Ohio as we speak. Defendant Zachary Gilbert faces sentencing for the death of his former girlfriend and mother of three. We're going to bring you that coming up next. Keep it here on Court TV.
What are you reporting?
Fire. The tragic murder of Keith Canero and his entire family.
The defendant repeatedly shot and killed his brother and then moved to murder the rest of the family inside the home.
Their sprawling mansion set on fire.
Paul and Keith were not only brothers but business partners.
This one is the most brutal case that I've seen in my experience here.
The Mansion Murders Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
All right, folks, let's turn to Ohio, where defendant Zachary Gilbert is back in court at this hour. He's facing sentencing for the shooting death of his former girlfriend. Police say that Gilbert shot Breanne Otley after an argument. Now, the victim's family claims that Gilbert delayed calling 911 for 45 minutes. Now, Gilbert avoided the death penalty by pleading guilty to a lesser charge of involuntary manslaughter on the day that his murder trial was set to begin. Now, the last-minute plea deal was a shock to the victim's family, and several of them expressed their frustration to the judge. Now, here's how that played out in court last month.
Florida case 24-CR-212, State of Ohio versus Zachary Gilbert.
Plea was offered wherein the defendant would enter a plea to a lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter as contained in count 1. The state would be dismissing count 2. Pursuant to the plea, the state notified the victims of the potential of a plea. We were notified they were not happy.
I am 1,000% against this plea deal. There is proof. There is proof after proof after proof that this man is guilty. I better sit down before I get out of line.
It's not fair to the family, to my sister, to her kids. No plea was supposed to be given. It's their job to fight these cases. Holiday or not. She's still dead.
It wasn't an accident. She had a 90% chance to still be alive if they would have simply just called the cops after he shot her, instead of laying there for 45 minutes.
According to the proposed plea, you were willing to plead guilty to count 1, the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. That's a felony of the first degree. It comes with a potential sentence of a mandatory prison term of 3 years minimum, 16 and a half maximum. So Mr. Gilbert, with regards to count 1, the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, felony of the first degree, how do you plead?
Guilty.
The court accepts the defendant's plea, enters a guilty judgment against the defendant. Everyone, thank you for being here. I understand that. But I wish you well.
Tough day for that family. According to that plea deal, he faces anywhere from 3 to 16 years. He will get tacked on an additional 3 years. There was a gun enhancement to this crime, so that'll get tacked on to whatever sentence the judge gives him. So potentially somewhere between 19 years in prison he could get. Let's get you into court now for that sentencing hearing for Zachary Gilbert.
We're on the record, case 24-CR-212, State of Ohio versus Zachary S. Gilbert. We're here for disposition and sentencing on a conviction handed down back on December 19, 2025, with the charges of involuntary manslaughter, a felony of the first degree with a gun specification. In the courtroom is Ms. Quigley on behalf of the prosecutor's office, Mr. Pendle, defense counsel. Mr. Gilbert is present as well. Counsel, have you had a chance to review the pre-sentencing investigation? Do you have any changes to that document, Ms. Quigley?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pendle?
I reviewed it with no changes, Your Honor.
Okay. Court has reviewed it in its totality as well. Before we get to recommendations on sentencing, the court will acknowledge that the state of Ohio did file a state sentencing memorandum, which the court has reviewed. Ms. Quigley, are we in compliance with Marcy's law? And do you have any victim representatives who would like to make a statement in court?
Yes, Your Honor, we are in compliance, and we do have victim representatives who would like to make statements.
If you'd like for them to come up to council table so they're properly on the microphone, I'd be happy to entertain their comments at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please state your name, and you're welcome to make any statement you'd like then, ma'am.
Candace Hall. Brianna was my niece. Your Honor, Brianne's family should not have to ask for the maximum sentence for the person who killed her. This was murder. The prosecution's decision to offer a plea with a maximum sentence of 16 years does not deliver justice, but he should receive the maximum allowed. An accident is an unfortunate event that occurs unexpectedly and unintentionally. This was not an accident. It was a premeditated act. He told several people he intended to kill her. He had a gun, used a pillow to muffle the shot, left her bleeding while he planned his story, and then fled. None of these actions alone are defined as unexpectedly or unintentionally, let alone all 6 of them can only lead to premeditated murder. He sentenced her family to life when he took hers and failed as a human being to call for help. Brianne lay there bleeding. No one to comfort her, hold her hand. No one on the way for 30+ minutes to help her. Was she crying? Was she screaming for help? Trying to get up? Unconscious? What was she thinking? The things she had to think about lying there with no one to help her. Her children, Caden, Mariah, and John. Her grandmother, Pearl. Her grandfather, Dave. Her mother, Michelle. Her sister, Latasha. Her brother, Nick. The numerous family members she has. Her dad, John, who she lost at the age of 21. It has been approximately 2 minutes since I started this speech. Imagine being shot, lying here, just those 2 minutes, bleeding, in pain, scared, crying, no one helping you. What would you do? Where would your thoughts be? You cannot even begin to imagine. She fought her whole life. The prosecution let her down. Please do not let her down either. Zach, I believe in God and karma, and I believe one of them will ensure you never walk out of prison.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
I'm Michelle Ali, Brianne's mom. I have a couple of statements from 2 of her children they'd like me to read. It's kind of scribbly, so. It says, this is from Mariah. It says, to Judge, I really think Zach should be in there for life because of what he did to my mom, and I feel upset every day, and I really do not like what he did. And I know that he loved her, but too much, and I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to read. Too much, and please, Judge, put him in jail forever. Please, he took my mom away from me, and I would always kiss my mom goodbye or goodnight. And he took her until he took her away from me and my siblings. So please let him do life. And it's really sad without my mommy. So Judge, please. My whole family is upset because of him, and I cry because I miss my mom, and she was just the best, and we would have so much fun. So Judge, give him life in prison. Sincerely, Mariah, her daughter. And this is from John. Dear Judge, when Zach took my mom, I was sad. If I could have one wish, it would be to have my mom back. Judge, can you please help my family? I mean, I lost my mom, and so did my family. Can you help me out? All I want is him to be in prison for life. I am sad, Judge. Sincerely, John Otley. I'm sad, sad, sad. What he did in no way, shape, or form was an accident. It was murder. He left her lay there to die. He could have called 911 and she could still be here. It's horrible what these kids have to go through now. I watch it every day. They're broken. They're 11 and 12 years old. They should not be broken. And they are because of what he did.
Thank you, Ms. Otley.
From the mouths of her children asking for life in prison for this defendant for killing their mother. Again, he's not facing life in prison. The most he could get under these circumstances, about 19 years or so. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, the grandmother has the opportunity to speak. And trust me, folks, she doesn't hold anything back. More from the sentencing for Zachary Gilbert in Ohio when we come back. Keep it here on Court TV.
Did you
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. Now back to Ohio, where confessed killer Zachary Gilbert faces sentencing. Gilbert pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter in the shooting death of his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Breanne Otley. By pleading guilty, Gilbert avoided a possible life sentence. He now faces 3 to 16 years in prison for that involuntary manslaughter guilty plea. Let's go back in now for more of today's sentencing hearing. Breanne's grandmother is now giving her impact statement.
Losing my granddaughter, Breanne did, meant, etc. to me and our family. I cannot find the words to describe because there are so many emotions going through my brain that I'm unable to pick just one. Zach, I definitely know that she did not deserve to die in the manner in which you and God both know she did. Since you shot her, you have showed no remorse whatsoever. Just imagine how scared she was, knowing that you and your mother were there and not helping her or even calling 911 for help. There again, you have demonstrated and proved what a selfish individual you are. You were more worried about yourself, saving yourself by running away. I feel you deserve a much stiffer sentence than what you will probably receive today, especially when I see and hear the grief. Her 3 children, Caden 12, Mariah 11, and John 9, ages that they were at the time of her murder, are sentenced with for the rest of their lives. When they come up and ask me, Gigi, why did Zach shoot our mom? He said he loved us. Zach, how would you explain that? Breanne showed you love, understanding, support, and she even opened her heart, home, and children to you. We kept encouraging her to leave you and kick you out, but she kept telling us over and over that everyone deserves a second chance. Look what giving you a second chance got her. I can say that she was a beautiful, loving woman inside and out, that God gave us the privilege to raise. And to talk to daily. See, Zach, she was not just one of our many wonderful grandchildren we are blessed with. We raised her like she was one of our children. I am thankful for the fact that she is at peace now and won't be suffering anymore. I pray she is in God's hands, knowing that she is loving every minute of it. So in closing, Your Honor, I'm asking that you consider Zach's past and present actions thus far, with his acting out in violence and appearing to feel that rules do not apply to him. Also, the seriousness and the grief he has caused our family, Breanne's children, and all the special and small things in her children's lives that she and them were robbed of. One thing for sure, Your Honor, she loved her children. So when you are deciding his sentence, that you feel the maximum amount of sentencing is adequate. Thank you for your time and the court's time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Right, so grandma/mom really laid it out. As she said, it sounds like she and her husband raised the victim in this case. Let me bring in my guest, still with us, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice. Jack, you know, this family, and you can feel it in their statements, they're hurt, they're angry, they feel betrayed by prosecutors. We've talked a lot about victims' rights and trying to give them more say in the outcome of these cases. This is one where clearly prosecutors didn't seem to sort of listen to what the family had to say. They clearly felt this was a murder case. However, they pled it to an involuntary manslaughter. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really scratching my head on this one, Michael, because one of the things that happens is that prosecutors are supposed to listen to victims, the families, the survivors, because they are a piece of this process. But in the bigger picture, the prosecution does not represent the family. The prosecution represents society. And so the purpose is they're not there to champion, per se, the survivors themselves. They're there on behalf of society to do this. Now, that doesn't help the families. It doesn't make them feel any better. And the problem is we may never know exactly why it is that the government, why the state decided to do what it is that they did. Sometimes what happens is the state doesn't have a case that is as strong as the family thinks that it is. Sometimes they may not have witnesses who are cooperative. Sometimes they may actually have evidence that they actually didn't properly deal with, and they may have problems with getting it into evidence in the first place. You never know why it is they make those decisions. And at the same time, we realize, think about the vast number of cases that resolve short of going to trial. The problem is, of course, is you're balancing the idea of judicial economy, trying to make sure you can deal with the thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of cases across the country, while at the same time, you have these grieving family members who are watching this saying, you don't understand. I'm going to carry this for every single day for the rest of my life. That is the tension, the pushback that goes when you go one direction versus going the other.
Jack, I got to say, all those things make 100% sense, and I know them to be true. But as I look at this case where this guy played, he told them, he had confessed to doing this. You had neighbors who saw him leaving, running the house with a gun, running out of the house with a gun. He tells them where he left the gun. They find the gun where he left it. He even tells them, I had been drinking. I went back to the house because I thought she was cheating. They had an argument. He shot her. The best you could come up with under those circumstances, if you want to talk about judicial economy, is manslaughter. But they went involuntary manslaughter. Is there any way, again, that connotes some sort of accident, and we talk about the families talking about he left her there for 45 minutes. That alone, we've seen in other cases. You can infer intent just from that. What possibly do you think prosecutors might have been thinking here to even go to involuntary manslaughter rather than manslaughter?
Yeah, it shocks me too. And you're so right. I'm feeling the same thing. We've seen circumstances where, in my opinion, I've seen prosecutors actually overcharge, saying, we think we can get them on something that we can't. But in a case like this, they decided to negotiate down not just one step, but multiple steps in order to offer that involuntary manslaughter. You have to ignore evidence that they had in their hands. That would have been really simple to drop into a jury box and say, look at all of the planning that he went to. Look at all of the opportunity that he went to. Look at all of the things that he could have done and chose not to do. And yet that would have been easily enough for manslaughter, let alone that involuntary manslaughter that they negotiated. It's extraordinary. And by the way, notice the 3 year is a mandatory minimum. They didn't even come back with a floor that said 15 years. Right. They said, plead to this, and we'll just leave it open-ended. That's shocking to me.
Yeah, it's shocking all the way around. Again, we don't know all the details on this case, so I want to definitely say that. But again, it does seem shocking. All right, Jack, stand by. We're going to take a break. We'll have more of that victim's impact statement from the sentencing hearing for Zachary Gilbert in Ohio when we return. Keep it here on Court TV.
An affair with the family's au pair lead to double murder.
He was saying, I'm gonna kill her, I'm gonna kill her.
It's a case of sex, lies, and deadly deception.
The Au Pair Affair murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, a widow who wrote a children's book on grief stands accused of poisoning her husband. We have key takeaways from today's big hearing in the case against Corey Richins.
Closing arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
We're in Ohio this afternoon, where a man will soon learn his sentence for the shooting death of his on-again, off-again girlfriend. Zachary Gilbert pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter in the shooting death of Breanne Otley. He faces a 3 to 16-year sentence in prison. Let's go back in now. The state is now making their final argument for sentencing.
Your Honor, as the state laid out in the sentencing memorandum, the state's position is that the maximum sentence in this case is appropriate, which is 11 years up to 16 and a half years for the charge, as well as an additional 3 years for the gun specification. In reviewing the purposes and principles of sentencing here in Ohio, the court is well aware of what to look at. The first is seriousness and recidivism factors. In this case, the defendant killed Breanne Otley. The defendant's relationship with the victim facilitated that offense. Nothing demonstrates that the defendant's conduct was less serious than conduct normally constituting the offense. The defendant used Breanne's own gun to shoot and kill her. He refused to seek medical assistance for her after he shot her, allowing her to lay on the floor and die. With regards to recidivism factors, in this situation, the defendant's extensive criminal history for a young man his age is supporting of the maximum sentence. The defendant has numerous convictions in which he was given probation repeatedly, and he repeatedly failed probation and had to serve his time. His first offense was a falsification. He was allowed to plead to an obstruction. He violated his probation on that. A drug offense. He pled to a drug paraphernalia, granted probation. He violated his probation on that. The next was an underage consumption. He pled to a disorderly conduct. Again, given probation, violated it, and ordered to serve his time. The next was a domestic violence threat, reduced to disorderly conduct, given probation, violated it, served his time. The next was an assault. He pled to a disorderly conduct again. And in that situation, because it was misdemeanor of the 4th degree, they issued a warrant block, which meant he had certain things to do before he could get his license back. The next case was a domestic violence underage consumption. He pled guilty to an amended charge of assault and disorderly conduct, given probation, violated that, and ordered to serve his time. The next was a criminal damaging. He got a disorderly conduct and ordered restitution at that point. The next was a theft offense. He pled guilty to that, given probation, violated it, ordered to serve his time. The next, obstructing official business and disorderly conduct. He pled guilty to the obstruction. The disorderly was dismissed, granted probation, again, violated, ordered to serve his time. Then he had a felony case, the vandalism case, in which is what he was on community control at the time of this offense. He was granted an intervention in lieu of conviction because he had no prior felonies. Even with his incredibly poor track record in municipal court, he was given that. And what happens? He's not compliant with his treatment plan. He continues to use drug and alcohol and violate the law. Shortly after being granted community control, he was violated, and he was incarcerated for a time until he was sent to a rehab facility known as the Treaty House. He was then, again, violated later when he failed to report and arrested for a public intoxication. And then finally, on July 29th, he was charged with a criminal damaging. He violated community control and his intervention program again. He was not violated by his probation officer at that time. However, the probation officer sent him back to the Treaty House. And Interestingly enough, the probation officer drug screened him, and he screened positive for cocaine and opiates. Shortly after that, January 27th, he was the public intoxication. That case was dismissed. That was in Indiana. Then the criminal damaging and failing to stop after an accident. This is the July 24th incident in which the defendant and Brianne had broken up. The defendant, for whatever reason, chose to ram his car into her car and flee the scene of an accident. Again, he was not violated when he was charged with that offense, however, sent to the treaty house. And again, he had used opiates and cocaine. He chose to leave the treaty house in violation of probably what probation had done, and he chose to violate municipal court's no contact order that they had placed on him in the criminal damaging and leaving the scene of an accident charge, because he was ordered to have no contact with Brianne Otley. But again, he chose to violate that and moved back in with Brianne. Brianne and the defendant had a relationship that probably was best called toxic. They were together. The family did not want them together. But she kept giving him chances. For whatever reason, she kept giving him a chance. The problem is that on the date that he killed her, she was trying to leave him. That was obvious by how she was getting her property, trying to get out of the house and leave him. And he chose not to let her leave. And he chose not to let her leave in the most severe way when he shot and killed her. If you look at the municipal court documents, it keeps saying, get a job, get a job, get a job. And he would do that for a while, but then he'd, again, start drinking, start using drugs. And when he did that, he hurt people. He absolutely hurt people. The criminal damaging case was dismissed because he killed Brianne. He pled to the failure to stop after an accident and was sentenced accordingly. Defendant has consistently rejected attempts to be rehabilitated and make positive changes in his life. At the hearing where there was a motion to modify the bond, the state listed the numerous times that he has violated while he's been in jail. He cannot comply with basic requests and court orders, and even jail requests and orders. He would not listen to the court order to get drug and alcohol treatment, to get a job, to have no contact with Brianne Otley. He chose to violate that. And he continued to abuse alcohol and drugs and hurt others. He has demonstrated a long and consistent pattern of this. The state does not believe he has...
All right, all that the prosecutor's saying, it just begs the question, why did they go to trial on murder? All right, thanks to Jack Rice for joining us. As always, folks, stick around. Coming up, we're going to bring you more from that Zachary Gilbert sentencing. Plus, Court TV's Kelly Craft joins us live from Virginia for that verdict watch in the Brendan Banfield trial. 8 minutes, 8 hours in. Keep it here, Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We're both here today giving you your front row seat to justice. And we are on verdict watch in the au pair affair murder trial for Brendan Banfield. The jury has been deliberating now for 8 hours and 16 minutes.
Over 2 days. They started on Friday. They continued this morning. The prosecutor, of course, says that Brendan plotted with the family's au pair to come up with an elaborate plan to kill his wife, Christine, and to kill another man, Joseph Ryan.
Now, Banfield admitted on the stand that he shot Ryan, but said it was because he found the man stabbing his wife in their bedroom. Now, in the defense's closing argument, Banfield's attorney says the au pair, Juliana Magalhaes, is the one who actually came up with that plot.
And now it's up to the jury to decide which version of the events they believe, really to decide, do they believe her, the au pair, or him, the defendant?
Yeah, it's pretty sophisticated for her. I don't know. It's hard to believe. But let's bring in our reporter from the field live from outside that courthouse. It's Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft. All right, Kelly, we haven't heard many personal details about that other victim. We keep calling him the other victim, Joseph Ryan. Now, his mother actually spoke recently. What can you tell us about that?
Hi there, Michael and Judge Ashley. Yes, his mother, Joseph Ryan's mother, spoke recently to a local TV station here, WUSA 9. They went down to Florida and they conducted an interview with her. And she had a lot to say about her son. We're going to play a little clip in just a moment. But I can tell you, inside the Fairfax County Courthouse, really not a peep so far from the jurors. But we are just coming up at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. And so from my understanding, they are going to be checking in with the jury to just kind of gauge as to where we are, because they could stay till about maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock. They are going to ask them if they would like to stay even later than that if they haven't reached a decision at this time. It is not typical fashion here for them to bring in any dinner. They, of course, did provide them for lunch, so it will be up to the jurors if we don't have a verdict in the next half hour or hour, if they do want to stay past normal court operating hours here. But let's go ahead and talk again about Joseph Ryan's mother and that interview that was done by the local TV station, because she talked about his likes. It's kind of an uncomfortable conversation you would think that a mother might have with her son, but she was very open, talking about things that her son had shared with her, about things he had preferences for in regard to his sexual likes. But she also had this to say in regard to what her reaction was when she found out that her son had died. Let's listen.
I remember when I got the call from the detective. He called me and he told me that my son had been killed. And I just know when he told me that I could hear my own voice screaming.
Now, Joseph Ryan's mother has not been inside the courtroom. Her sister, so Joseph Ryan's aunt, has been inside the courtroom, along with many members of Christine Banfield's family. And then, of course, Brendan Banfield's father and his wife have been here as well. Michael, Judge Ashley.
All right. Now, Kelly, when Brendan Banfield took the stand, what did he have to say about that other victim, Joseph Ryan?
Oh, interesting question, Judge Ashley, because defense counsel was asking him, this was on the direct examination, and he was asking him about knowing Joseph Ryan, but this was right before he walked into the bedroom. Brendan Banfield would have walked into the bedroom, and so Brendan Banfield is describing how he heard this skin-on-skin noise coming from the bedroom, and then he used his right foot to kind of prop open the door, and that's when he saw a man on top of his wife, and he said, making kind of a stabbing motion with the knife toward her. His defense counsel then asked him, well, do you know Joseph Ryan? Had you ever seen of him, heard of him before? Let's hear what he had to say on the stand.
Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before?
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room.
So jurors could have asked to have that knife brought back so they could take a look at it. From our understanding, they have not asked to see the knife or the firearm. The judge told them before they began deliberating on Friday that if they wanted to see any of those items, that they would be brought back for them. They could not handle those items. The bailiff would handle them, but they could see them if they wanted to. From our understanding, they have not asked to see anything. And of course, we've not heard any questions from the jurors either. Michael, Judge Ashley?
Kelly, one quick question before I let you go. Do we know if they, just as a matter of course, have those phone records, the one that were testified to by the expert for the defense, with them back there? Because that could be what they could be going through.
They have all of that back there, Michael, yes. So they have a lot of exhibits to look through. And when defense counsel gave his closing argument, Michael, he told them and he urged them, basically pleading with them, to take a look at all of those, because he says when you take a look, for instance, at some of these timestamps in the evidence that Juliana Magalhaes gave on the stand, he says that doesn't add up. So I can tell you from being inside that courtroom and watching some of those jurors take notes, and they were taking some detailed notes, there are some of them that are probably analyzing those very closely.
All right, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, a lot of documents. I can't imagine how long that will take to go through it all, Michael.
Yeah, all right, Kelly, thank you so much for that report. Truly appreciate it. All right, folks, let's get back to that sentencing hearing going on in Ohio for defendant Zachary Gilbert.
He's facing sentencing for the shooting death of his former girlfriend. Let's pick it up right where we left off with the prosecutor addressing the judge.
The state does not believe he has genuine remorse. His claim that he was intoxicated, wanting to self-harm, are hollow statements and not supported by the facts. If he was truly at a position where he wanted to self-harm, he had a gun. But as soon as he killed Brianne and he fled that residence with a gun, he disposed of it almost immediately and then took off. So his claim that he was going to self-harm is a hollow claim. He did not want her to leave, and he made sure she didn't. He ran from the scene, disposed of the firearm, and when he was finally apprehended later, he had time and started blaming Brianne. Oh, it was her fault. It was her fault. The defendant's long criminal history does not mitigate his actions. In fact, it's the other way. From 2017 through 2024, he has had an inability to change his behaviors when given repeated chances. Defendant never served in the military. The court has full discretion to impose any sentence within the authorized statutory range. And in this case, the maximum sentence is 11 years with an additional 5.5 years pursuant to Reagan-Tokes. The court's not required to make any findings to give its reason for imposing whatever sentence it determines, even a maximum sentence, other than giving deference to 292911 and 292912 of the Ohio Revised Code. The defendant's conduct in this case is completely in character. He drinks, he abuses drugs, and he hurts people. Only a lengthy incarceration will stop the defendant to protect the public and from the defendant's actions. The impact of the defendant's actions will have, again, as the family stated, long-lasting effects on his mother, on Bree's mother, on her sister, on her children, on her grandparents, on her entire family. His selfishness in only thinking about himself cost Brianne her life. The state believes anything less than maximum would demean the seriousness of the defendant's conduct. It's necessary to protect the public and punish the defendant. His defiance has to be dealt with, and his unwillingness to make meaningful changes with any type of supervision is appropriate for a maximum sentence. The state, again, does not believe that anything less than the maximum sentence will be able to be appropriate to show or rehabilitate this defiant and unwilling defendant. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pindle?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this case represents an absolute tragedy for everyone involved. Brianna Otley lost her life. Her survivors lost a mother, a daughter, a granddaughter, a niece, a sister, and a friend. And there is nothing that this court can do to make her family whole or to bring the victim back. And for that, the family does have my true condolences in this matter. Your Honor, the law differentiates between an accidental killing and a purposeful killing, notwithstanding the fact that in either incident, a victim was unjustly killed. From day one, Mr. Gilbert has said that the shooting was accidental. He told police that he had the gun because he was suicidal, that the victim was trying to take it away from him, and that during the struggle, the gun went off. Only one gunshot was fired that day. Now, I understand that some people in the courtroom, including the family of the victim, believe that the shooting was intentional. We're not here today to debate the evidence. The defense was prepared to go to trial and present evidence that the shooting was accidental. The state amended the charge for murder to manslaughter. Mr. Gilbert pled to an accidental killing. Mr. Gilbert is before this court today to be sentenced on an accidental killing. Now, I've gotten to know Mr. Gilbert fairly well over the 15 months that I've been working on his case. Even as a young man, he has experienced many struggles in his life, including struggles with substance abuse. Mr. Gilbert has previously attended and completed an inpatient treatment program in Loveland, Ohio. And like many people who struggle with substance abuse, he's experienced periods of sobriety. In every interaction I've had with Mr. Gilbert, he has been polite and respectful. He has been understanding of the delays in his case, and he has been considerate of my time and my obligations for other clients. He has, on many occasions, expressed remorse for what occurred. He has displayed empathy and perspective in recognizing how his actions have affected the victim's family and the grief that he has caused them. These are redeeming qualities that show Mr. Gilbert has the potential to rejoin society as a rehabilitated man. The state and the victim's family are requesting the court impose the maximum sentence, or in some cases above the maximum sentence. In support of those recommendations, the state and the victim's family recite allegations about facts of the incident to suggest that it was a purposeful killing. Again, these allegations are highly contested by the defense and not reflective of the offense to which Mr. Gilbert pled guilty. Again, the defense was prepared to present a great deal of evidence at trial that would show the killing was accidental. The state is essentially asking that this court sentence Mr. Gilbert as if he committed a murder despite him being convicted of manslaughter. By statute, this court is required to impose the minimum sanctions that accomplish the purposes of felony sentencing. Maximum sentences are reserved for the worst type of offenders and the worst versions of the offense. While Mr. Gilbert certainly caused great harm, it was not his intention to do so. None of the aggravating factors relating to an offender's position in the community, involvement in organized crime, or motivation by prejudice apply in this case. Mr. Gilbert does have some significant criminal history, as evidenced by the state, but it is almost exclusively misdemeanors and petty offenses: disorderly conduct, underage consumption, drug paraphernalia. Again, Mr. Gilbert has expressed great remorse for his offense. Significantly, he has never denied wrongdoing. He's never claimed that he wasn't the shooter. He's never claimed that it was self-defense. He never said that it wasn't his fault. He simply insisted that he be treated fairly and that the punishment in this case fit the crime. Mr. Gilbert admitted to accidentally killing the victim. Mr. Gilbert pled guilty to manslaughter. Mr. Gilbert is before this court for sentencing on manslaughter. And this court should not be persuaded to impose a maximum sentence based on unproven allegations that the killing was purposeful. This court must impose a fair sentence on Mr. Gilbert based on the crime he committed, not the crime that others speculate he committed. And for those reasons, we ask that this court impose a fair sentence for the crime of involuntary manslaughter. Thank you, Judge.
All right, Zachary Gilbert. He is going to be the one addressing the court next. I can't wait to hear what he has to say, Michael, as I sit and watch, and so many people are upset with his plea.
Yeah, no doubt. And yeah, he's claiming it was unintentional, so that's why it might be where it came from. We're also keeping an eye on that courtroom in Virginia. As you can see, they've been deliberating 8 hours and 31 minutes. But we also heard from our producer on the ground that the bailiff checked on them to see where they're at 4 o'clock, and they said, hold on, give us 15 more minutes and come back and check. So speculation is they could be close. So we'll keep you updated on that. We're going to take that break, come back, keep it here on Court TV.
Tragic murder of Keith Canero and his entire family.
This one is the most brutal case that I've seen in my experience here.
The Mansion Murders Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight, on closing arguments, a widow who wrote a children's book on grief stands accused of poisoning her husband. We have key takeaways from today's big hearing in the case against Corey Richins.
Closing arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
we have a lot going on.
Yes,
Michael,
we do.
you announced that we knew the jury had said to the bailiff, well, 4:15, check in with us again. Well, that's happened. Now, this is in the case against Brendan Banfield, the au pair affair murder trial. You see the clock is at 8 hours, 37 minutes of the jury deliberating, and we now know the jury said we need 5 more minutes. So that's where we stand on that. We are going to certainly keep an eye and get you back into that courtroom as soon as they are ready.
Yeah, and as I read the tea leaves, that suggests they're close.
Yes, I would agree with you.
That's the sense you get in that situation. And of course, as soon as anything happens in that courtroom, we're going to take you there live. But right now, I want to get you back to Ohio. Defendant Zachary Gilbert is in court this afternoon for sentencing in the shooting death of his former girlfriend. He pled on the day, the eve of trial, no, the day of trial. He pled guilty to involuntary manslaughter, was initially charged with murder. I want to take you back into court now because he, the defendant, is addressing the court.
I would like to start off by saying that my heart goes out to the kids, the mother, the sister, the grandmother, the grandfather, the whole family. And I'm not saying that the events that transpired that night were not my fault. And as my attorney said, I will accept responsibility for my part. And whatever God has in store for me, God has in store. Whatever His will is today, whatever your sentence you impose me of, is going to happen regardless. And I've had plenty of time to make my peace with that. I just hope that they get some sort of understanding and some sort of closure. And I hope that they may be able to try and find peace. And I mean, that night, yeah, I was suicidal. Yes. And it should have been me, and it should have been her. And I've had, like I said, I've had plenty of time to think about everything. I've been put on a dream blocker because I have nightmares now, and I mean, I still see things, because in all reality, like, I was very happy with her and the kids. I loved her with every piece of my heart, my soul, everything, and if I could go back and change it, I would, but there's nothing I could say or do that's going to change anything. And now 3 bright kids have to grow up without their mom, and her mom has to live without a daughter, or sister, without a sister, grandparents, granddaughter, and I really hope that the Lord helps show them peace and gives them some sort of closure, no matter what happens to them.
Thank you.
That's the problem, Michael. It's true. Nothing he says is going to change what happened. It's not going to bring them back. And I think that's part of the reason relatives are so angry that he was allowed and offered to plead guilty to involuntary manslaughter instead of murder.
Yeah, he claims it's suicidal. I struggle because why are you still here and
she's
dead?
Gone. Right. All right, let's bring in criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer to discuss just that. And Josh, the fact that he says this gun accidentally went off, that this was an accident, the state pled it down from murder to involuntary manslaughter, which is why he was allowed to plead to that.
Yeah, and this is where judges have literally the hardest job out there, because it's not about what the family of the victim or the decedent feels, as awful as that is. Their input is super important. We need to hear from them. They're the only voice for this person who's not here anymore. But from the defense perspective, I know some people might be a little bit taken aback by how clinical and abrupt the defense attorney was with, we've said this was an accident from the beginning. We've been trying to go forward with this as an accident. I was prepared to try the case as an accident. And that's then where the context for sentencing should be set. And that's a very different sentence than anything more intentional or more culpable, which is going to lead the court to arguably, if they're fair, and I believe they're going to be, issue a sentence that's going to upset people because they believe in their heart of hearts that this was an intentional, violent act. And it's hard to bridge that gulf. The district attorney already had to eat some really heavy workload emotions by telling this family, hey, we can't prove what we want. We're going to have to go with this reduction in order to achieve justice. Otherwise, we might lose it all.
Look, I get on prosecutors sometimes for overcharging, et cetera. This one, boy, I feel it's the exact opposite, Josh, and I have a problem with it. Because, again, when I look at the facts of the case and just listening to what the prosecutor had to say as she argued for the maximum in this case, this is a guy that I think needed to go to trial. This sounds to me, Josh, like a classic domestic violence murder. This was the day she was going to leave him. She ends up dead. There's really no surprise there. We see this over and over. And, you know, we talk about the 45 minutes that he left her there after he shot her. That alone can give you intent. Are you surprised that they would plead not just down to manslaughter, but all the way down to involuntary manslaughter and basically take the defense's version of events?
Not surprised because it's a domestic violence case. These are the most difficult factually for the state to deal with, and there's a huge chance that one or more jurors sides with the defense because they've got that connection. So I support the state's reduction. They knew what the possibility of trial was going to be.
Fair enough.
All right.
Josh Schiffer, thank you so much for that. Stand by because, folks, we are still waiting for word on that jury deciding Brendan Banfield's fate. Again, they told the bailiff to come back 5 minutes at 4:15, so we should be hearing something soon. They're either going to say we have a verdict or they want to go home. One or the other, we'll let you know. Keep it here on Court TV.
sitting as presiding presiding. Please be seated and come to order.
Do you swear affirm to accurately take and transcribe the proceedings in this case to the best of your ability under penalty of law? Thank you.
All right. I understand. You can be seated. Thank you. I understand we have a verdict. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that I cannot tolerate any outbursts in the courtroom at the time of the verdict reading, please. Thank you. All right. And juror number 9, you were the foreperson in this case, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And are these the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, it is.
And are they unanimous?
Yes, it is.
In criminal case number FE 2024-666, count 1, we, the jury on the issue join in the case of the Commonwealth of Virginia versus Brendan Robert Banfield, defendant, find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield as part of the same act or transaction. Case number FE 2024-666, count 4. We, the jury on the issue joined in the case of the Commonwealth of Virginia versus Brendan Robert Banfield, defendant, find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder of Joseph Ryan within the same 3-year period during which he did also kill and murder Christine Banfield. In case number FE 2024-666, count 5, we, the jury on the issue joined in the case of the Commonwealth of Virginia versus Brendan Robert Banfield, defendant, find the defendant guilty of using a firearm in the commission of a felony. In case number FE 2024-873, count 1, we, the jury on the issue joined in the case of the Commonwealth of Virginia versus Brendan Robert Banfield, defendant, find the defendant guilty of child endangerment.
All right. Would either side like the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Members of the jury, if this is your verdict, please answer yes. If this is not your verdict, please answer no. Juror number 2? Juror number 5?
Yes.
Juror number 9?
Yes.
Juror number 10?
Yes.
Juror number 12? Yes. Juror number 19? Yes. Juror number 22?
Yes.
Juror number 25? Yes. Juror number 28?
Yes.
Juror number 32? Yes. Juror number 34? Yes. Juror number 37? Yes. Thank you.
The court does find that the jury verdict is unanimous at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, this completes your service in this case, and I know I speak for everybody that we thank you in this difficult case for all the time and attention you've taken to it. I do need to go back to the jury room for one more time, and I'll be back there in a few minutes just to talk to you before you leave, okay? All right, so you're excused to the jury room. Thank you. All right. Mr. Banfield, in accordance with the jury verdict, I do find you guilty of aggravated murder on count 1 of 2024-666, and also count 4 of 2024-666, and count 5, commission of a felony with a firearm of 2024-666. Also, on count 1 of 873 of child endangerment. I do find you guilty as found by the jury. Do you wish to have a pre-sentence investigation report, Mr. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report for this case. What date did you want to set this for?
I don't know what dates you would have available.
Wait, I could set it for, do you plan to have victim impact statements, I
Yes, ma'am.
assume, and testimony? I mean, I could put it on, well, any day before July 1st.
Understood.
I'm retired then, so let's pick, is April far enough for you, Mr. Carroll?
Your Honor, may I just look at my schedule?
Sure.
Would there be a particular day?
April 17th is my sentencing day.
Okay.
Judge, that is the one day in April we would not.
Can't do, okay. Well, we can make it a different date in April. I mean, I do have March 20th, but that might be too quick.
And April 17th doesn't work for the company?
No,
No,
but
unfortunately.
if you don't
We do-
want to go to, I mean, we could go to May 8th. I have May 8th available. Or I could make it any Friday that you want to go to in April, if that's too far for you, Mr. Carroll.
May 8th is available, Judge. It's only 2 weeks away from April 17th.
Okay, May 8th?
That's fine.
All right, we'll set it for sentencing then on May 8th, and we have the pre-sentence investigation report by that time. And if you need it for a special time, just let me know if we need to move it from the
Yes,
10
ma'am.
o'clock time.
As soon as we've
Okay?
had a chance to speak with the
All right.
witnesses and the victims' families.
All right, anything further for this matter at this time?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All rise.
Nice work, nice work.
What I would do.
Just outside the entrance to the Fairfax County Courthouse, we are awaiting a press conference following this guilty verdict of Brendan Banfield on all 4 charges: aggravated murder, firearm and commission of a felony charge, and child endangerment. Guilty on all 4 charges. That jury only deliberated for about 7 to 8 hours before coming back with that unanimous guilty verdict. The jurors, I noticed, as they walked into the courtroom, they walked right in and sat right down, and they did not look over at Brendan Banfield. They did not look over at the defendant. That kind of signaled to me and to others in the courtroom what we were about to hear. Brendan Banfield was in the courtroom, sitting there in a gray suit. He appeared just kind of stoic as that verdict was read, keeping his head in the air. We also saw just very emotional family members of Christine Banfield were in that courtroom, holding hands. I just want to make sure everybody's good to go. The jury, hearing from them, we are waiting for testimony. Right now, we are expecting to hear from their Canero. We are mentioning speech to say it. Coming out. Sorry. Yeah.
So shows. Yeah. Give us 1 second. Sorry, Steve. Not a problem. Is the audio okay? I'm used to it. I can wait. Okay. Wait 1 second. Okay. Everybody else good? All right.
Are we good?
You're all good? Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
Sure, not a problem. First of all, guys, I just want to say thank you very much for covering this case dutifully and respectfully. There were obviously a lot of salacious details in this case that caused it to get a lot of attention. But at the end of the day, this case is about two people, two neighbors of ours that were murdered almost 3 years ago here in Fairfax County. We take that very, very seriously. And to start off, I just want to thank the great detectives of the Fairfax County Police Department that put in yeoman's work to get this case here. I also want to thank the people in my office that put in hours during the last couple of years, not least of which are the three people standing behind me, Sylvia Villanueva, Kelly Sprisler, and Jenna Sands. You all saw how complicated this case was. A lot of digital evidence, a lot of forensic evidence, and this team behind me put it together in a way that a jury could understand, and they did it with professionalism and skill, the type that you will only see in a modern prosecutor's office like that we have here in Fairfax County. So at the end of the day, I am very, very pleased that we are able to stand here successfully having gotten justice for Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield. So who has questions?
See, how would you describe someone who would not only carry out these murders, but make up a story like he did, and then get on the witness stand and tell it again?
It's monstrous. I mean, that's really what it is. It's monstrous. I mean, we are the safest jurisdiction, safest large jurisdiction anywhere in America, meaning we don't have a lot of homicides, but I've been doing this job for a while, and I can tell you that this defendant stood out to me highest above all the other murder cases that we've done in my 6 years here.
Steve, in Juliana's proffer, there were, obviously that was 4 hours long, there was a lot of details in there. There was a lot that your office chose maybe not to get into. Talk about what you wanted to highlight for this jury, what you thought was needed to successfully prosecute this case, and maybe some things that you chose not to introduce as evidence.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot in this case. There were a lot of rabbit holes to run down. We knew two things going into this case. The case was about the blood. This case was always going to be in the blood. You heard it right from Jenna's opening statement. This case was about the blood. We knew that before we even charged this case. The second thing is we want it to be surgical. We want it to be in, we want it to be out. We didn't need to go through every single little thing. We didn't want to confuse the jury. We didn't want to burden them, and we didn't want to put them to sleep. What we really wanted is we wanted the high level stuff, and you saw that. You saw us focus on the blood. You saw us use Juliana or have Juliana come up there to give flavor to what happened in that room. And then we used the blood, we used the digital forensics, we used everything else to support that and give flavor to that. So I think we asked for 4 weeks, but as we got into this trial, we realized that we could do it much quicker and much more effectively than if we took all 4.
How important was Juliana's testimony? You have the defense saying she has always maintained backing up Brendan Banfield until the very last minute here, and almost saying that you guys were too tunnel focused. Without Juliana's proffer, I mean, do you think we could have gotten to this result?
I think we can. As a matter of fact, we were planning for it. If you take a look at the timeline of the case, we did not authorize charges against Brendan Banfield until after we got the blood analysis done. That is what we were waiting for. And it wasn't until 2 months after we got the blood and we indicted Brendan for these crimes that Juliana decided to proffer and cooperate with us. So we had planned to go forward with just the blood evidence and everything else, and we felt that even with that, we could have put this case on. Now, of course, as a prosecutor, if you have somebody in the room and they want to proffer, they want to turn state's evidence, you're not going to turn that down. You're going to investigate that. We did that proffer. She told us some things that we had not known. We did check on her story. We felt confident in that story, confident enough to offer her the plea deal that we gave her and put her on the stand as part of our case in chief.
Can I ask Jenna a quick question?
Just briefly.
Yeah,
Steve,
let me get the jury and then I'll...
Did you get an opportunity to talk to Mr. Ryan and Christine's family? What did you say to them?
I had before. I did not get a chance to today. And I'm always very hesitant to speak for the victims' families. I know that it was a very, very emotional day. I imagine that maybe we'll be speaking again in the future. But I hope that this verdict gives them some sense of peace and puts them somewhere on the path towards healing after this tragic homicide.
Jenna, can I ask you a quick question?
Sorry?
What's your message to Banfield's daughter?
God, I mean, what do you say to a child in that situation? I don't know if I have a message for her, but I have a hope for her. I have a hope that she spends the rest of her life with people who love her and know that there were people in this world who loved her. And I hope that she always carries that in her heart. Now, Bob, you had a question for Jenna?
Yeah, Jenna. Yeah, sure. Take us through the strategy. It was talked about during the trial of arresting her first to get to him.
Sure. Well, there was originally a belief that was born pretty early in the investigation that she was an accomplice of Mr. Banfield's, that there was a plan. As our detectives uncovered more evidence that supported the possibility of the plan, the idea was formed to arrest her based on the evidence that we knew we had, because it would be a successful prosecution, but also with the hope that she would end up seeing the light and coming to us with her story. It was something that we obviously had to wait quite a while for, and to be honest, had given up on at the time that we charged Mr. Banfield. We weren't going to wait anymore. We were providing her with the discovery that she needed to be able to defend herself in her case, and so there was no expectation that she would turn. It was just really happenstance that we were reached out to by her counsel that she was finally ready to talk.
And you
mentioned
had a
in
chance
your
to question
closing-
him face to face.
Sorry, say
What
again?
was that like? You had a chance to question him finally on the stand face to face. How do you describe him?
I think that everyone has commented on what was so obvious, that he was not truthful, that he was cold, that he behaved oddly in response to questions that should have elicited emotion, that he never spoke of himself as Christine's husband, that he didn't speak lovingly of his wife, that he showed absolutely no human emotion that we expected to see of someone in his position.
You mentioned your closing.
Took this stand, and how do you prepare for?
Sorry.
You mentioned your closing how he wanted to be with Juliana, and hence the possible motive here. Outside of that, is there anything else as far as why he would commit this?
You know, it's really challenging to try to put yourself in someone like Mr. Banfield's mind. And I don't know that I want to try that hard, to be completely honest. I think that he was obviously hoping for a life with Juliana, and he didn't see a way to accomplish that without executing his wife.
Are you surprised that Brendan took the stand? Do you believe that actually helped your case?
Yes. I, having been a defense attorney for years, I think I would have counseled against him taking the stand, but, Mr. Carroll didn't have a lot to work with, and at the end of the day, if his client wanted to testify, he had the absolute right to do so.
What was the thinking behind giving Juliana such a sweetheart deal?
So I wouldn't necessarily describe it as a sweetheart deal. She does face 10 years in prison. That has not yet been determined. It is obviously a reduction, and it is certainly reflective of her cooperation. But in order to encourage her to tell the truth, there had to be something. I think that the agreement that she entered into will hopefully allow for the judge to pass judgment on her in a way that is measurable. It will certainly never account for the lives that she was responsible for taking, but I think that the amount of time that she'll serve will be determined by Judge Ascarati, and I'm sure it will be appropriate.
So she hasn't agreed to your recommendation?
Correct. The judge is free to sentence her as she chooses within the statutory limitations.
It's 10 years, even the max is still a gift, right, for someone who's plotted and set up Christine and Joe Ryan. And there's a lot of violence in this murder.
That is absolutely true.
Thank you, Jenna. I also wanted to add to this. You guys have access to Jenna if you have more questions for her. But no, I think it's really, really important that we don't characterize this as a quote-unquote sweetheart deal. This is the work of being a prosecutor. She still is taking accountability for homicides. When you take a look at what the relative culpability is, I think that where we have landed is appropriate. And quite frankly, Juliana, by testifying, answered a lot of questions, not only for us, but for the jury. Let's not forget how important her testimony may have been to some of those jurors. So her still facing up to 10 years in prison is very, very significant and well worth the cost to make sure that Brendan Banfield was convicted for a crime where it is a mandatory life sentence. As the law is written right now, Brendan Banfield will not walk free for the rest of his natural life.
Steve, is there anything else that a lot of times evidence does not get into a trial?
Mm-hmm.
What else should people know about this guy?
Oh, you're right.
That you were not able to present to the jury that had convinced you guys he was guilty.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but for us, the evidence spoke volumes. We got our evidence in, what we thought was important, and I think that, in many ways, we're proud that we let the evidence speak for itself. So there's not really a lot of things that were outside the purview of the jury that led us to some kind of conclusion about what he did or what he did not do. We take a lot of pride, and we know the police take a lot of pride in following the evidence wherever it leads.
What do you hope Brendan Banfield is sitting in there thinking about right now?
I've always, I've been a prosecutor for, almost 15 years now. And I think about what goes through somebody's mind after they've been found guilty. And, quite frankly, my hope with this is that he realizes he didn't get away with it. And I know that sounds cliche, but I think through the evidence you can see a lot of things that he set up trying to get away with it, thinking that he was going to beat the system, trying to outsmart everybody. I hope he thinks that, and most of all, though, I hope he thinks about his wife and Joe and about what a heinous thing he did, because that's something that he is rightfully going to have to live with for the rest of his life. Any other? Yes, please.
I was just wondering,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, were the relatives there also related to Joe?
Or any Ryan relatives?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, they weren't here today, but they have
in the
been
past.
in the courtroom.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Sorry, do you mean?
Steve,
Yeah.
rare to have cameras in the courtroom
Yes.
here in Virginia, particularly in a criminal case. A whole big part of the world watching this.
Yeah.
What do you hope the takeaway is for people who don't, who've been watching this incredibly salacious story here in our neighborhood? What do you hope the takeaway is for all these people that have been watching this play out?
Yeah, that's a great question, Drew. I think there are a couple takeaways that I hope they come away with. First of all, you know, trials and this world, it's not Law and Order. It doesn't happen in half an hour. It's not black and white. There's a lot of work that goes into it. There's a lot of nuance. So I want them to understand what this work is. But I think the one thing I want people in this community to take away from is they got to see their justice system in action, right? They don't have to read about it, they get to see it. And I hope what they saw is a modern professional prosecutor's office doing a job with a very, very difficult case. I mean, the forensics, the blood, all of these things are very, very difficult to parse, to talk about, to explain to a jury. And the team behind me, quite frankly, they made it look easy. And I think that really speaks to the level of professionalism, not only in the prosecutor's office, but with the courts generally, as well as the investigation of the county police department, which is top notch.
Steve, how about cameras in the courtroom all the time?
Bob, I'd love it. I honestly, I would not be opposed. We are proud of the work that we do here as a law enforcement apparatus in Fairfax County. We have nothing to hide. I would love everybody to see every one of our trials and see what goes into the decision making. We do almost 20,000 cases a year. And for people to really understand the nuance and how we agonize over a lot of these decisions to try to do justice, I think that would be great for this community to see.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No?
Sorry.
Yes.
The plan was very out of the normal realm, or very extraordinary. Did you ever get any sense as to how this plan came about? Have any? Seriously, that's what most of
Well,
are asking, right?
I gotta say, it might be glib, but you if you watch the trial, you might have been able to see it. But no, but in all seriousness, no. We just have the evidence, and quite frankly, our job is to follow the evidence. And you know, we heard what Juliana said. We heard what Brendan said. Those are our clues into what happened. But at the end of the day, we presented the evidence to the jury, and we're just very, very pleased that we're able to stand here knowing that we got justice for Joe and Christine.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, guys. Yeah.
Guys, thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for sticking it out
You bet.
all day today.
Absolutely.